They should be the ones that are making the decisions, and it's not a matter for our council to delve into. And I think I'll just leave my comments at that.
Okay. Any other speakers? Otherwise, there is a standard recorded vote. So on a motion by Marula, seconded by Collins, is that the delegation request be approved, and there is a request for a standard recorded vote. Councillor, Mr. Mayor Bertina, please.
Sir, I'm not opposed to the delegation. It's just the timeliness of it. So, I approve this coming. What are you laughing at? I approve the delegation, but I'm concerned about the timing.
There's been a call for a standing recorded vote.
Yeah, just one more piece of information is that to go forward with this, there's significant budget implications. I've heard the number
That the DC would stay in the bylaw, and if the Halton decision goes against the Conservation DC, because it's covered under the Conservation Authorities Act and not covered under the DC Act, then you'd be satisfied if it was repealed at that point, and if there was any money actually paid on that DC, we would reimburse those costs.
We had, as you know, we'd made a recommendation that it not be included in the DC and the DC be open, because from a practical perspective, it is inappropriate for us to support a DC in one jurisdiction and an appeal it in another.
Yeah, I totally get that understanding. Okay, so I'll have some questions for staff to move forward with regards to that. The only other question that has come up a number of times now is this concept of increasing the development charges in downtown Hamilton and offsetting them in other areas of the city. Can you comment on that?
Well, as you all, I believe, know, you're not able to just move money from one area of the city to another. You can't elect to reduce the costs in one area of the city and take that money and move it to another area of the city and charge it that way. You do have options such as you've done in the downtown CIP area, which is you can elect to make an exemption, but you can't move money from an infill development to a greenfield development because somebody considers that appropriate. What would have to happen is you would have to study the individual areas and actually go through the math and calculate the individual charges for infill or greenfield. And based on our discussions at the stakeholder committee with the city staff and with their consultants, we understand that that hasn't happened. I will be honest and say that it is a considerable undertaking, and one that we've discussed could take between 1 and 5 years to do, and so that work would have to start fairly soon after this bylaw pass in order to come up with accurate charges if you were to go that way in the future.
And just finally, if I can get one last comment, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry for taking up the time. The complexity of the DC review has really reached a new high for the city, for the staff, for yourselves. Do you have a comment in terms of the start time for the review?
So we started a lot earlier this round as opposed to previous bylaws, and we do appreciate that because it has allowed us time to go through it in far more detail than we ever have. As we've discussed, there were instances where we asked for projects to be included, which therefore increased the number. It was really about making it right as opposed to just lowering it for the sake of lowering it. However, as you know, even as of yesterday, we were still dealing with it. So, you know, what happens when you deal with it in more detail is it takes more time. So in the future, we would hope that we would at least start at this same date or even earlier to start going through it.
And would you say that what we have here before us today, based on the quantums that we utilized, it's defensible?
With the exceptions that I've made with respect to the Conservation Authority. Yeah, that's fine. I might have been born a lawyer, yes.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And Nando, congratulations on your election, your first time ever as president of the Triple H, and your inaugural year. And Suzanne, nice to meet you. Welcome. So, Nando, just so that I'm clear now, on the report 7.1, you and Suzanne recommend, are you into the alternatives on page 21 of 25. Can you just clarify for me where the Triple H is coming from?
So we would be in agreement on alternative number 1.
Alternative number 1, which is not what staff is recommending then. That's correct? To your understanding?
My understanding was that the alternatives aren't either recommended or not recommended, they're just there for the committee's choice.
Suzanne, I get that.
Okay.
Thank you. I get that part. But what you see in front of you recommended by staff under 7.1, you folks are instead recommending and hoping
Correct.
for alternate 1.
Absolutely.
Nando, thank you. Nando, just a general question. I'll get to the Conservation Authority in a minute, which I'm a board member of. Just a general comment and looking for your response. You're a taxpayer in this community. Your family's had roots in this community. You know that DC's helped to pay for the growth of the roads, the sidewalks, the libraries, arenas, rec centers, as our city is growing. You know that, Nando, that the construction industry, the residential construction industry in the city, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I would strongly suggest, unless Nando, you're in the industry, I'm not, but what I've observed and people I talk to, it's one of the stronger ones in the province of Ontario. So council's always in a dilemma of tax levy across the general population versus DCs and increased DCs to compensate. You're a taxpayer as well as a family man. So just maybe a comment, a little feedback back in terms of the dilemma, the dichotomy that we're in and looking to add to the DCs. And yet you're saying if that's passed on, of course, you're going to increase that to the homeowner. But it's a dilemma, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that council constantly faces. So maybe you could put both hats on, Nando, and give me a comment both ways.
Yeah, I mean, if we could, we want the best of both worlds, right? Keep taxes down for the citizens and keep development charges down for the new home buyer. Unfortunately, sometimes, like you said, Councillor, we'd like to have the best of both worlds. It's not always available. In this case, we understand that certain projects have to get done. All we can say is that we have no problem paying for growth. But where we don't agree is that where there's too much of the burden of the growth that's being passed on to the new home buyer. I was in Suzanne's office this morning, just giving her an example. I had a sales associate of mine that brought through a potential purchaser on Friday of just a couple days ago. And I had said to her, well, DCs are going up. We're not sure what the quantum is going to be, what the exact number is going to be. So whatever it is, we'll have to raise prices accordingly. So when I told her that, she said that she relayed that message on to the potential homeowner, and the homeowner shied away. So she's doing follow-up to say, well, hold on, we're not sure what it's going to be yet. But in the minds of the homeowner, when they see anything that's increasing in price, they have the potential to shop that price from our marketplace to another marketplace, and potentially losing the future tax dollars that the City of Hamilton would have collected. They'll take their business, they'll take their family, they'll take their spending dollars and move on to another community. So
Thank you.
If that helps, Councillor, I mean.
It does. Thank you for the sincerity of that. Secondly, on the conservation, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Nando, I know a number of your industry players are very supportive, sympathetic, and cooperative with the Conservation Authority. In fact, donations, helping the Conservation Authority where possible, land transferring to expand a conservation area. So DCs, of course, would help the Conservation Authority even do more. Can you further elaborate on what the main concern is from the Triple H, please, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The concerns is that there's a process for how the Conservation Authority can actually levy fees, and it's through the Conservation Act and not through the planning process. So if I can speak about our appeal in the Halton area, which directly will affect, I guess, the outcome in the Hamilton bylaw. They levied this charge through the planning process. So they didn't go through the review of the Conservation Act, so we feel that it's actually an illegal charge being levied on. The dollar amount is insignificant. Our argument is that if they go through the proper process and not through the planning process, we will deal with it on that scenario.
Well, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Suzanne, was there something, is that, yep, anything other, please?
The legal point is that they're not listed as a local board under the DC Act. So it doesn't, we had legal opinion that says it doesn't allow them the right to charge a development charge.
So Mr. Deputy Mayor, just to clarify and wrap this up, I heard Nando say that, look, through the process they're using, we definitely take objection to that. If it was separate from that on their own, come and talk to the industry, and maybe we could, hypothetically, there's some open-mindedness here. But Suzanne, did I hear you concur with that, or you just said legally, look, folks, they should be out of the business completely?
No, I concur with that. It's just that this process, they're not listed as a local board.
Okay, well, that's something, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to keep in mind moving forward, depending on what happens in Halton.
Yes.
And I'm hearing from the industry, look, we'd love to work with the Conservation Authority if some form of additional revenue helps everybody's quality of life at the conservation areas, including from your industry. Thanks, Nando. Thanks, Suzanne. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Councillor McCaddy, please.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Good morning. Good to see you. Just on the Conservation Authority, I chair the Hamilton Conservation Authority, so the board hasn't had much input on this to date. We have a board meeting tomorrow night, and I've asked for this item to be placed on the agenda tomorrow night so the board can become familiar with the concerns that you have. In fact, if you wanted to send a quick letter to Christopher Thegland to the board, sounds like you already have a good understanding of what you'd like to say about the issue. If you wanted to put that in front of us for our Thursday evening board, that would be helpful, I think, and then we can have that discussion that you had mentioned that they'd cut by 50% or so the cost. Understanding that's not the real issue that you're concerned about, but I think the board should just learn a little bit more about that, the Conservation Authority board, and what the options are, what's going on in Halton, and whatever our staff would like to tell us, as well as having your letter in front of us would be helpful as well. So we'll take that up tomorrow night.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay. Just on the, you introduced the issue by talking about intensification and this idea, I think you're referring to the idea of differential development charges across the city based on the conditions that would be in place in different parts of the city. Greenfields, if it was agricultural land, just to use that as an example, fairly wide open, there's a certain cost to developing that kind of land versus an existing part of the city where there are some existing services in terms of street lights and sidewalks, and there is some servicing, and I guess the question by the sounds of the thing is the condition of that servicing and how long it would last, and I guess stormwater issues that might occur as well. So are you saying that primarily that your main interest, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is that we don't have the necessary studies and information to make those determinations? If we were to move to a differential development charge, we wouldn't necessarily know the basis on which to set those different costs at this point in time. We haven't done the studies. Or are you sort of fundamentally against the idea of differential DCs? And this is something that I put on the table about a year ago following a presentation we had from a Ryerson professor, Dr. Pamela Blay, has written a book called Perverse Subsidies. It's a provocative title. But she makes the point, which she believes, that there are different costs of development depending where you develop. Therefore, DC should reflect the different costs. And it's a broad generalization. I suspect we'll hear differently from our staff, but existing areas, there are services. Brand new areas, there's no services. Lots of gray in between, I understand, but just trying to get a sense
question,
on that.
Please.
I did ask the question, I think, so I'll stop and listen for the answer. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
So yes, we were made aware through the Stakeholders Committee that there was a direction given to the city's consultant to look at a differentiated charge for intensification versus greenfield. And from the outset, our position was that if you went down that path, there's a lot of work involved to make the numbers correct, and that we would expect that work to be done before setting up the two charges. You mentioned in infill project there is often infrastructure in place, street lighting and roads. There are, however, sometimes issues. Perhaps you're trying to put up, I'll use an extreme example, a 20-story apartment building, and all of those people who live there equate a subdivision. Well, the sanitary sewer that's in place may not have sufficient capacity, whereas, yes, the road may be there, and the street lights, that infrastructure isn't there because, you know, in our city, we have some fairly old infrastructure. And so you have to look at what is required to beef up that infrastructure to accommodate that. And if you're ripping up an existing road, the cost for a sanitary sewer is, they're apples and oranges in terms of greenfield and infill development. And so that work would have to be done in order for somebody to accurately put together a charge that would be defensible.
Okay, I understand that better now. You explained it, and I'll certainly have more questions for staff on that. And the last question, Mr. Chair, again, perhaps along Councillor Jackson's line, I've never fully understood the concern of passing on the cost to the homeowner in the sense that I think, Nando, you said it, perhaps on average, $6,800 with this DC bylaw in front of us. You can clarify that. But if someone's buying a $300,000 home and perhaps they'll be seeking a mortgage, they will be likely for part of that. So it becomes $307,000 versus $300,000. Intuitively, perhaps as someone who would buy a home, it doesn't seem like a big difference to me. Of course, you know, if you get that every year, or if, but our DCs only change every now and then. So just intuitively not getting that.
So through you again, Mr. Deputy Mayor, any increase will make a homeowner think twice. It's, you know, you buy a car, you buy furniture, you know, from one day it's this price, a month later, 2 months later, the price has gone up, you know, 2 or 3%, I guess it would be your example, you know, using that $300,000 example. At the end of the day, we are a product, we're producing a product. So as a potential new home buyer, they will shop that product. Or they shop it in Hamilton, they shop it in Brantford, they shop it in Kitchener, any other municipality, Grimsby, Niagara. And they will look at that product and they'll say, okay, today it's this price, tomorrow it's that price. At the end of the day, it becomes just an affordability. It's every single thing that's going up. So if we can keep that, I guess, down to a minimum, or at least have a phase-in process where we can say, which is what the alternative in front of you is. There is time for the homeowners. There's time for us to put in contracts. There's time for us to catch up to that dollar amount, as opposed to being a sticker shock and saying, you know, you owe us an extra $6,800 at the end of your bill for the new home, right?
And for many people, that's the
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
And that's, and I was going to say, you were saying for many people, that's the difference between buying a home, new home, buying a resale, buying a smaller house, buying a larger house. I mean, it's a big issue.
And again, Councillor Jackson's comment, you don't tend to explain it in the fact that the city needs to build the services, and that's a good thing for that homeowner. They need the proper services, of course, as they move into that new subdivision, just picking on that example.
Yeah, so I've tried telling new homeowners that. They basically said, you can take it and shove it. You know, a homeowner, you can give them that argument, or I can give another argument, or the price of steel has gone up. You guys owe me X amount of dollars. We can't do that. And if we did, a homeowner is going to feel taken. They're going to say, I bought a home for this price. Now you're telling me it's going to be X amount more. What's going on here? Something doesn't jive in the math. So.
Right. Well, thanks very much for your comments, Nando. And Susan? Susan, wasn't it right? Yep, thank you. Thanks, Mr.
So further questions to the presenter. I have Councillor Clark for a second set of questions, and then we'll go to receipt of the presentation. Councillor Clark, please.
Yeah, just to clarify, the request for the option number 1, which is 0% increase for the first 6 months, which is July to December 31st, 50% for 2015, and then 100% in 2016. So I understand that a number of the home builders now have changed their process in terms of the sales documents, and the sales documents are now indicating that if there's a change in development charges or fees by the municipality, that it flows through.
correct.
So can you just speak to that in terms of what is happening? Is that an industry-wide thing? Is it, as in the past, it was the home builders that, the developers ate it in the first 6 months?
So if I can just run you through the process from development to actually when you hand the keys over to a new home buyer. Oftentimes when you purchase a piece of land, want to service that land, get it zoned, it takes a significant amount of time. Let's use 2 years for an example. Prior to that, all of that, zoning and everything, that all gets done. The builders are putting their plans together, they're putting their marketing package, everything is getting all done. So then finally, once you have the zoning in place, once you've pretty much committed yourself that, you know where the servicing is going to go, servicing is going to come from, you start servicing. At that point, a builder will erect a sales trailer, partially do a model home, depends on the project if it's available or not. Our business is very capital intensive. The longer that we sit on the land, the more expensive it costs to carry. So we want to, at time of services being finished and ready to construct, we want to be able to construct. So oftentimes these agreements of purchase and sale are happening a year before the people are actually moving in. Oftentimes it's even 18 months. So us as builders, our margins are what they are. It's difficult for us to put a question mark on what DCs are going to be in the future. What's that number going to be? We can't expose ourselves and expose a new home buyer and say, well, look guys, this was the price of your home when you bought it. This was the DC. Now, because you're actually going to close 18 months after you actually did the contract, we can't expose ourselves to that future question mark of what the DC is going to be. So in our contracts, and I can speak for a numerous amount of builders, there is a clause in our contracts where it says if the amount of DCs is increased, that amount will be passed on to the new home buyer. So as a result, it becomes a timing issue.
Thank you very much.
Final questions? If not, a motion to receive the presentation by Clark and McCaddy. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you very much for the time and effort. I'm making a call now. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to make a further deputation on this item? First call. A second call for deputations on this item. Third and final call. Madam Clerk, please note that there were no further deputations for it. Councillor Clark, sorry?
I'm not sure if the HCA is going to be speaking, but given what I heard from Councillor McCaddy in terms of the board hadn't dealt with the DC issue, and yet we were going through this for quite some time, I would like to hear from Christopher England in terms of what's transpired that put it on the docket for us in the first place then.
Okay, so when we get to the staff presentation under site 7.1, I'll make a note that
Thank you.
that he would be given the opportunity to speak on the item. Thank you. So noted. Okay, you've indicated, Councillor Morrill, that your guest is here, and I now once again like to call Ward 3 Councillor Bob Morrill and Shelley Wong, Executive Director of the Barton Village Business Improvement Area, to come to the podium for the presentation of the Community Spirit Award Barton Street Business Improvement Area. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shelley, I've lost you again. I don't know. Sorry, I should have checked first. She was here. I apologize.
Okay, so we'll put on the agenda for a fourth time.
That's right. This is a great award, though.
Next time, Councillor Morrill, you will be accepting the award or doing the presentation.
I'll wait myself.
Okay.
Thank you for your indulgence.
No problems. Members of the committee, you have before you correspondence from Mark Runciman, CEO of the Royal Botanical Gardens, identified as item 6.1A, requesting that development charges for the RBG Rock Garden renovation project be waived. Before I go to Councillor McCaddy, the suggested disposition is that the correspondence from Mark Runciman be forwarded to the General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services for report to the Audit, Finance, Administration Committee. The correspondence is not relative to the development charges. It's a request for waiver of current and applicable charges. So, Councillor McCaddy, would you like to perhaps move that and then speak to it?
Yeah, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I certainly would. I got the same direction that you did, so I would move that. Maybe I'll get a seconder to put that on the floor and just say a few words.
Seconded by Councillor Whitehead, please.
And Mr. Deputy Mayor, this is a very important project for Hamilton, the Rock Garden renovation. It's, of course, where the RBG came from back in the Thomas McQuestion days, the Hamilton Parks Board, and it's been a fantastic story ever since. I had an opportunity to speak to Joe Speiler about this, and he has been in touch with Mark Runciman at the RBG and has had the discussion and provided the direction, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that you have outlined just now. So I think that's the way to go, and we can get that report back and the committee can deal with it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jackson on that item.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I apologize. I'm following you. Is this 6.1 that Councillor McCaddy has just moved the waiving of request of the fees?
Correct, and the motion is to direct it to the General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services for a report to the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee.
Perfect, and that will include, thank you for that clarification, that will include roughly how much, because there's several waivings here they want. They want the park dedication waived, they want the GO Transit waived, and they want the development fees waived. So
the request is for all of them, but some of them are applicable to us and other ones aren't, so that's why it's appropriate this be sent off to the General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services.
Perfect, so I'll support that. Can I also ask, as part of that report, I believe Mr. Runciman came in months ago asking, if I recall, from us for some capital funding as well, possibly. So will that be tied into the report? Because I need to know if this amounts to X amount of dollars saved, do they still need X amount on the capital side? I mean, on behalf of the taxpayers, I just need to know how much this amount might be overall at the end of the day. So could that be part of the overall report?
It certainly would, if you wish to include it in the motion. So
that's fine. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Okay. So we have before us the motion with the suggestion that Councillor Jackson, and there appears to be a concurrence, is that the waiver of the fees also with the request with regards of an investment in capital dollars. So on the motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Item 6.1B is correspondence from Fred Lizani on behalf of Lizani Homes. It's with regards to the item, it was on the yellow pages, and it's basically his support for option 1 that's proposed by the Hamilton. So the suggestion would be to receive the correspondence and include it in our deliberations of 7.1. Clark and Whitehead on the motion. Discussion on the motion. All those in favor? The motion is carried. We're now under... Sorry, Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sorry, I don't have the delegation requests. I don't have what you just, 6.2. I've looked through all my yellow sheets. I'm usually very good about getting things in order.
6.1.B.
And I'm looking around and I'm seeing everybody else doing this as well. So I've got the 8.7. It's the Pan Am. This is the only yellow sheet that I was given. I haven't got that. Thank you very much. This sheets that we didn't get. Did you get it?
And there's some other... If you didn't get the supplemental package, just put up your hand and, yeah, a corollary to the supplemental. Okay, so now it's, I'm going to say, it's indeed my pleasure to call on Joe Speiler to introduce report FCS 14033 and the various other presenters on this program. 7.1 is the 2014 Development Charges Study and Bylaw. And in addition, I believe, well, Fred, Joe, you'll do the introductions, but I have Gary Scanlon and Nancy Neal from CN Watson Associates will also be assisting in the presentation. So I turn it over to you. I'm going for a quick coffee.
Hello? Okay. Hello. Okay, good morning, committee members, members of the public. My name is Joe Speiler, and I'm the manager of capital budgets and development financing with the City of Hamilton. Today's presentation highlights the information contained in the City of Hamilton's 2014 Development Charges Background Study, as well as the staff report and the proposed Development Charges Bylaw, which will be replacing two existing City DC bylaws. With regards to the presentation overview, I'll be summarizing the 2014 Development Charge Study process, and then Gary Scanlon, our lead consultant from Watson and Associates Economists Limited, will give a development charge overview as well as present the city's growth forecast and the city's intensification issues as it relates to our city's growth infrastructure systems. And then Adam Smith, a senior development charge analyst with the city, will then update the committee with the development charge quantum details, as well as the comparator information with regards to our neighboring municipalities. I will then conclude the presentation with a look at some of the key development charge report recommendations and go over the next steps in the process of the adoption of the city's proposed development charges bylaw. With regards to the 2014 DC study process background, municipalities are empowered to impose development charges via the Province's Development Charges Act, an act that was last updated in 1997. Currently, the city has effective 3 development charge bylaws, and in the slide there you can see the expiry dates of each of the bylaws. In 2009, Council approved a development charges bylaw which had all of the growth services in there. Services such as roads, services related to highway, outdoor and indoor rec, library, transit, fire protection, police services, water, wastewater, and storm. In 2011, because there were issues with the city's wastewater plant and the associated federal and provincial funding, the city separated those services from this bylaw in 2011. And then with this new proposed bylaw in 2014, we will be bringing all those services back together again. There is an effective GO Transit bylaw which was approved in 2011, which expires in 2016. We will keep that bylaw in place. There has been no revised capital or growth forecast from Metrolinx in order to create a new bylaw, so we will be keeping the bylaw in place for the next 2 years. Just as a note, the city, through the GO Transit Development Charge bylaw, collects around $250,000 to $300,000 a year, which is forwarded to Metrolinx annually. With regards to the DC study process, and as Susan had mentioned, this process basically started about 18 months ago. The staff and consultants, we not only looked at the city's future infrastructure needs, but we also updated our existing asset inventory in order to establish service standards for all growth service categories. Once we had gathered all of the information was presented to the Development Charges Stakeholder Committee. As Suzanne had mentioned, we had 4 meetings with the committee. This committee was established in 2003 by Council, And it had representatives from the Hamilton-Halton Home Builders Association, the Hamilton-Burlington District Real Estate Board, the Chamber of Commerce, 2 citizens at large, and 4 members of council, of which Councillor Clark was the chairman. And as the Hamilton-Halton Home Builders had mentioned, where there was consensus, adjustments to specific projects were made. And as they had mentioned, the major issue of disagreement was the benefit to existing of certain projects, and there the 2 sides agreed to disagree. Gary Scanlon, the city's lead consultant from CN Watson, will now start with a development charges overview.
Mr. Chair, member of council, pleasure to be back before you again. I'll try and move through quickly. I think development charges are quite familiar to the group, but I'll try and hit the highlights. Obviously, these are charges that are only imposed on new developments. They're not for the existing taxpayer. They're basically if you build a new home, you build a new building, or you do an expansion on a commercial or industrial building, generally these charges would apply. They're to recover the cost of infrastructure, so we have to build water mains, sewers, treatment facilities, parks, provide fire services, etc. So they're to recover the infrastructure. They're not to pay for the day-to-day costs of running the operations. These are costs that are in addition to what a developing landowner will pay for. Within a subdivision, the developing landowner will have to pay for the internal sewers, the internal water mains, street light, roadways, etc. And the charges the development charge provides for those off-site broader costs, such as sewage treatment plants or major pumping to get the water to the municipality, to the subdivision, and take the sewage away subsequently. So they're not new charges. They have been around now for almost 60 years. They were originally imposed under the Planning Act. We called them lot levies back in the day because you could only impose it when you created the lot. Since 1989, as Joe's noted, we've had Development Charges Act, and in 1997 is the one that we currently use. The 1997 Act made a number of reductions, deductions, exemptions, etc. They're now not full cost recovery. The best a full service municipality such as yourself can do is probably recover somewhere in the range of 75 to 80% of the cost of infrastructure to accommodate growth. You can see, and as I go through quickly in my presentation, you'll see where these reductions, deductions occur. The first one is limitation on services. There's a number of different areas where we may not impose the charge. Parkland acquisition is the first. Under the Planning Act, we can impose a requirement to get a parkland dedication, but if you go through the calculation, generally what it gives you is probably enough land to accommodate the immediate needs of a neighborhood. You get about 2.5 to 3 acres per 1,000 people. But generally that doesn't provide you with the more community-wide parks, regional parks. You have significant lands along the waterfront, so it doesn't give you all of the additional parkland that you need to accommodate the broader needs in that area. The next one is the general headquarters, the headquarters for the general administration of the municipality, basically a city hall, are exempted as well. They eliminated all of the arts and cultural services, museums, theaters, art galleries, etc., completely removed. The only one they allow to continue is libraries. Solid waste service, which is a huge cost, recycle, reuse, landfill, and even the curbside vehicles have been removed from being DCable. Hospital grants, municipalities, more than a third of the cost of any hospital-related expenditure has to be raised from the local municipalities, the local area. Historically, municipalities used to recover a portion of the cost through development charges. Once again, that's been eliminated. And then you can see in certain instances, they've eliminated vehicles and equipment. The smaller stuff can't be recovered. It has to be be, vehicles and equipment that last 7 years or longer, so it has to have significance, or computer equipment really is just the PCs and servers that we have today has been eliminated. When we go through the calculations very quickly, there's a lot more to it, but I'll just hit the highlights. We start with the amount, type, and location of growth. The type of growth is residential versus non-residential. Obviously, the location of growth gives us the insights into what servicing we need to put into place, pipes and pumping stations, etc. And then the amount is guided. Generally, it's a 10-year planning horizon for most services. The hard services, water, wastewater, storm, roads, and police and fire, we can use any planning horizon we want. So for this particular study, we've used a 10-year planning horizon for most services, and then we've gone out to 2031 for those harder services. Once we have the growth, we take a look at the servicing needs, which ultimately translate into capital costs or projects that we need to finance through the development charge. The Act compels us to make a number of deductions, grants, subsidies, and other contributions. You may note that there's not many today, and they're more ad hoc. But back in the day, in 1997, when the Act was put into place, we had lots of grants, generally 15% for water and sewer. We had 50% for roads. We had 75% for transit, etc. But these days, it's limited as to the amount of grants that are there. There's benefit to existing deductions that we need to be considerate of. As we move through different services, this can be a variety of different matters. And even when we get into individual projects, what constitute a benefit to existing can be quite broad. If you're replacing a 5,000 square foot fire station with 10,000 square feet, generally the replacement would be an existing benefit because you're replacing an older building. The expansion would then be DCable. But when we get into pipes, when we get into sewers, when we get into stormwater facilities, you're looking at the benefit of those immediate works and how they affect the existing surrounding lands or the existing people that benefit from it. Those softer services, the ones that we have to do on the 10-year planning horizon, we get to the bottom of the calculation, the access that we have to deduct an extra 10%, and that must be funded by the municipality. So across the board, once we go through all of these deductions, an extra 10% has to be contributed by the municipality. We have to do service standard measurements. Basically, what we charge developers in the future is no higher than the average level of service we provided in the past, and this provides an upper limit ceiling that we can't go past. We painstakingly go through all of those calculations with staff. It's in Appendix B to our report, and it's something that, as I say, that we have regard for, is statutory, and we won't exceed that. And lastly, moving from one bylaw to the next, you have reserve fund balances, and we have to rationalize those balances. We're then left with a net cost that we have to attribute between residential, non-residential benefit, and then item 6, we divide it back by the growth to come up with the charges. Charges are imposed for residential, normally on the type of housing unit, low density, so a single and semi-detached charge, medium density being townhouses, if you will, and then high density, we've got apartments, large and small. On the non-residential side, we charge on a per square foot of building space. One of the things we have to identify, the Act says, well, what are you going to build over the life of the bylaw? And even though we have a longer-term planning horizon, we have a 5-year bylaw. You must replace that bylaw at the utmost within 5 years. You can do it shorter, but it has a maximum life of 5 years. And this is what's considered within the amount of capital works considered over the next 5-year period. We start with about $1.66 billion of infrastructure. There's a number of deductions through the projects. We've deducted about $550,000 as a benefit to existing. There's some costs that are growth related, but we'll recover them later in the period. There's, in certain instances, we've exceeded the service standards, so we've made a deduction. And then, of course, the mandatory deduction of about $13 million to 10%. And then grant subsidies, the other contributions here, there's a sizable amount of grants that have been applied for, which would relate to some of the wastewater treatment facilities. Other contributions may be where we're cost sharing some of the works with developing landowners. At the end of the day, the charges that are before you, for just the first 5 years of the capital plan, are supporting about $800 million worth of construction by the city. There's mandatory and discretionary exemptions. The mandatory ones are situations where we can't impose the charges, and there's not many. If you have an existing industrial building, you can expand on that existing building, and as long as you don't expand it by more than 50%, no TCable is paid. If you go past the 50%, then there's the corresponding amount per square foot that has to be contributed. For medium and high density and low density development, you can add additional units in certain instances and not have to pay a charge. You have a single family home, you can add 2 additional apartments and not have to pay the charge as long as you don't more than double the size of the initial house. And then for medium and high density, you can add 1 additional unit in that complex and once again not have to pay the charge. Discretionary exemptions are where the municipality refines your policies to make it a made in Hamilton bylaw. And there's a number of different ways. You can reduce the charge in whole or part in order to, and you can do that by class of development or type of development. What we see across Ontario most of the time is places of worship are normally exempted, and bona fide farms. So our farm operations are normally exempted. Industrial charges quite often are reduced and on occasion are completely exempted. As well, you can phase in the charge over time. That was something that was discussed a little bit earlier about phasing this charge in over a couple of different, over a year or two. And once again, that's allowed for. And the last one is just, it's not discretionary to some extent. It's somewhere between what the statutes require and what's been provided by case law. And it basically embraces the fact that if my house burns down, for example, I should be given a period of time to replace it and not have to pay the charge. Or if I knock down the building, I get to replace it. So it's a redevelopment credit. I won't spend much time, but I talked about developers still have responsibility for more of the internal works, and within their subdivision, contained within the report is very detailed discussion on what in what instances the developers have responsibility for the various servicing of their lands. The growth forecast you can see is presented in this simple chart. The low density is the purple, bluish color. The burgundy is medium density, and the high density is represented in yellow. The black represents our historic level of building activity. So generally over the past 10 years, we've gone from a low of about 1,300 units to a high of about 2,500 units, averaging on average about 2,100 units per year. The forward forecast that we've used has stayed consistent with the province's places to grow population targets to 2031. And if you recall, this was also the population target that formed the basis for your last official plan expansion. We called it grids, and it was to look at where future growth would occur within the city. And we identified with that all the water, the wastewater, the road servicing needs to accommodate that growth. So we're still consistent generally from the forecast last time around in the DC, and this forecast is continued. You may be aware that the province has identified some future 2041 targets. We haven't embraced that as of yet because we don't have the servicing in order to accommodate those targets yet. Just generally over the 10-year horizon, you can see that the population forecast would allow for about 51,000 people. That's in about 29,000 units. And over the longer term to 2031 provides for about 110,000 people and about 60,000 units. Correspondingly, you can see the amount of square footage ranging from 17 million up to 43 million square feet. Last couple of slides are just focused on the issue of intensification. I'll turn it back to Joe in a couple of minutes and he can finish the presentation. We did talk, there was a direction that we take a look at some initial discussions with the committee on infrastructure, and we did take a look at that. We provided a discussion paper which was there. It's a little bit broader. It's based on experience that we've had in considering the different capital and such. But as was noted earlier, and we discussed, the engineering studies haven't been done. I think the primary focus of those studies would be on the water, wastewater, storm, perhaps even roads. And we can look at that in more detail and be back to you to have that discussion. One of the things, though, we'll have to discuss is what are the areas that you really want analyzed, because this is a very specific exercise. If we're saying we just want to analyze the downtown, what are the boundaries of the downtown? If we're going to look at the nodes and corridors extend right across, from east to west in the lower part of the city and even up on the mountain. So we need to define what are the nodes and corridors we're looking at. Otherwise, this could be quite an exponential undertaking. So I think one of the things we'd probably want to do is to have some discussions, some workshops with council in order to define the areas, and that'll give us a good basis for moving ahead to analyze this. If I give you some perspective, I think it was talked about by Susan from representing home builders, but this is something that I've experienced over 25 years is intensification. It's not always cheaper. As was noted, a lot of times when the engineers, they have an official plan, they're given, here's the amount of housing, the density, go and provide the servicing to accommodate it, so that a lot of the works, even though they're there, aren't really sized to accommodate the level of growth that we could be talking about. So that's why we need to understand clearly the amount of growth, where it's located, and what's anticipated in order to do the sizing. I know my former life, I've been with Watson 25 years, but I've been around for 36 years in the municipal government sector. In my former life, there's a municipality very close by where I know that we replaced 4-inch water mains in the downtown area because they weren't conforming with fire protection code. So we increased them to 8 inches. So that was just 25 years ago. Now they're going back in to replace them with bigger in order to accommodate the intensification which is occurring along their lake shore. So they haven't got the pipes to approve it. So there we went and did an investment just 25 years ago. Now we have to tear those pipes out again and put even bigger pipes. So it's not always just because the pipes are there. And if I can just take one last comment, I was in a roundtable discussion with the ministry, academia from UFT, that included Pamela Blay, representatives from the Home Builders Association, Build, the province, municipalities. They invited in practitioners such as myself that do a lot of these studies in, and as I said, we had a roundtable discussion. One of the areas was intensification. I think what everybody acknowledged was it's a case-by-case situation. I think Ms. Blay's comments on intensification in green fields, if you build more or you're more intense, you do maximize. I don't take away, you do maximize the new infrastructure that you're putting into place. But just because the infrastructure is there and you're in redevelopment areas doesn't mean that the infrastructure will accommodate the growth. It could be undersized. You need to recognize all of the provincial changes that are there now that may not have been there 30 years ago when we built it, as my example that I used. So in some cases, there are some studies we're doing right now where the services are basically right there and they can accommodate a certain level of growth, but a lot of areas, they're going to have to dig out the pipes. And if you have to replace a pipe in a redevelopment area, it's 2.5 to 3 times the cost of what it costs to put into a greenfield area. So you have 3 times the cost of just putting in that new pipe. So those are things that, we have to look at as we go through this process. So it's not a very easy answer. And as I say, what's been planned for is to deal with this in quick order, and we'll be back to you to give you more insights on that. Joe, did you, sorry, Adam?
Okay. Good morning, Chair and committee members. I'm going to go through quickly the development charge rates that have been calculated, and then some comparisons of other municipalities. So starting off with the residential development charge rates, you can see here what the calculated rate is, what our existing rate is, and the increase per unit type. So on a single family home, we're looking at $6,888 per unit. Townhouse, $5,147. 2-bedroom apartment units, $4,013. 1-bedroom and bachelor apartments, $3,284. And residential facilities, which have generally been student residences or nursing homes in the past, $2,542 per unit are the level of increase that we've calculated. For a service-by-service comparison of the service components of the development charge, we've provided here the current residential and calculated residential rate for each of the services, and then the same on the non-residential side on a per square foot basis. And the residential calculation is per single detached unit. So you can see on the residential side, the largest drivers of the increase on the municipal-wide services is services related to a highway, outdoor recreation, and indoor recreation. Those account for a little over $3,500 of the $5,400 roughly increase on municipal-wide services. Just to clarify, municipal-wide services, of course, apply across the municipality, so whether someone lives outside the urban boundary or inside the urban boundary, this would be the charge that would apply. Similarly, on the non-residential side, it tends to be the same services that are driving up the cost, and primarily there, it's services related to a highway. For the urban area charges, stormwater, wastewater facilities, linear wastewater, and water services, those are charged only within the urban boundary, or if there happens to be any properties that fall just outside the urban boundary that we're able to connect to one of those city services, they would be charged this rate as well. So going through these services, looking at each of them individually, you can see that there is a $1,000 increase in stormwater, just under $400 increase in wastewater linear facilities, almost an $800 decrease in wastewater facilities, so that would be the treatment plant. The primary reason for that is the $100 million federal subsidy that the city received has now been incorporated, as well as phasing of the treatment plant expansion. And then about almost a $900 increase in the water services. So overall, between those urban area charges, the increase is about $1,400 from the current charge to the new calculated charge. And then finally, we've shown the Hamilton Conservation Authority separately here at the end. So $22 per single detached unit charge and a 2-cent per square foot charge for non-residential. Special area charges will continue in where we've had the existing special area charges, those being phase 1 of the Binbrook secondary plan and the Dundas and Waterdown urban boundary. So the existing charge in Binbrook is $3,571. It will be decreasing to $3,211, so a relatively small decrease. There's only about 280 units left in Binbrook that charge will apply to. And then once we get into phase 2 of the secondary plan development, that charge will not apply. For Dundas and Waterdown, the charge is seeing a slight increase on the residential side, $25 per unit, and a 15-cent per square foot decrease on the non-residential side. Dundas and Waterdown, I believe there is about 4,800 residential units remaining, and I can't recall off the top of my head the non-residential gross floor area, but it's still significant. There's still a long ways to go in collecting that charge. Getting into a comparison of the municipal development charge rates, we've provided tables that show a number of comparable municipalities and what their rates were at March 1st, 2014, and what their proposed, or in some cases approved, new rates are, as many municipalities are reviewing their development charges in 2014. So you can see from this chart that Hamilton, the city of Hamilton was third amongst this listing of municipalities. Under the current charges, the proposed charges, we still rank as the third highest, but you can see that all municipalities that we've shown here are looking at increases in their development charges, some more significant than others, depending on, in Burlington's case, it's just the lower tier municipality, the city of Burlington, that's doing their charge, as Halton Region did their charge, I believe, in 2012. So that's why it's part of why it's a smaller increase. For the non-residential development charge rate, non-residential or non-industrial uses such as commercial, office, and institutional are charged based on the full calculated non-residential rate. We do have a stepped rate that applies to new development, so the first 5,000 square feet of new development is charged 50% of the rate in effect. The second 5,000 square feet is charged 75% of the rate in effect, and then we get to the full rate once we reach that 10,000 square foot or above mark. So first 5,000 square feet, they pay $9.39 per square foot. Second 5,000 square feet, $14.08 per square foot, and the full $18.77 per square foot, 10,000 square feet and beyond. And sorry, just to clarify, this does these rates that we've included in the presentation do not include the education development charges or the Go Transit development charges, since we aren't looking at either of those bylaws, and the education development charges are administered by the school boards, and so again, separate process. So we've only included the municipal development charges. So a development charge rate comparison of the full non-residential rate. You can see that the city of Hamilton, based on the current rates in effect, are pretty competitive, sit in the middle of the pack amongst the municipalities that we've included here. The proposed rate increase is about 16%, leaves us in still a competitive position. You can see some municipalities have a rather significant increase that they're looking at that's been proposed, such as London. And we've seen one municipality, Guelph, where their charge actually decreased, but that seems to be more of an anomaly, as generally we've seen the charges increase across other municipalities that we've looked at. For the industrial development charge, the city's industrial development charge per square foot, the proposed rate is $11.44 per square foot. So that is based on recovering 100% of the stormwater component, 100% of the linear wastewater component, 100% of the wastewater facilities component, and 65% of the services related to a highway component. So that comes out to $11.44. The current industrial development charge rate is $8.98 per square foot. So the proposed increase there is $2.46 per square foot. And so this table here shows the city's development charge industrial rate since 1999. So back in 1999, there was no industrial development charge that was assessed. Starting in 2004, we began to charge industrial development charges and have phased in the rate over time, with now 2014 proposed to be $11.44 per square foot. Looking at a rate comparison of the proposed industrial development charge rate, currently, again, our current rate is kind of middle of the pack. There are some municipalities that we've listed here that do not charge any industrial development charges, those being London, Toronto, and Woodstock. But amongst those municipalities that do charge an industrial development charge rate, the current rates are fairly competitive. And then looking at the proposed rates, again, we're kind of middle of the pack. There are certainly municipalities that charge higher industrial development charge rates, and again, some that charge less or no industrial development charges. And I'll pass it over now to Joe.
Okay, thanks, Adam. This next table on slide 27 looks at a 5-year history of foregone development charge revenues due to various exemptions. As Gary and Adam had mentioned, there's two types of exemptions, ones that are mandated by the Development Charge Act regarding industrial expansion and residential intensification, and then there's ones that are created for specific objectives with city policy. I'm not going to go through all the numbers here, but if we focus on the last 2 years, as you can see, the city DC policy exemptions in 2012 and 2013. In 2012, they totaled $16.9 million, and in 2013, they totaled $11.6 million. Now, of those amounts, the most significant item there is the foregone revenue because of the subsidized industrial rate, totaling $11.1 million. Now, that was mainly due to 4 large industrial developments that lifted building permits that year. Maple Leaf Foods with 498,000 square feet, Navistar 250, Activation Laboratories 122,000 square feet, and Homewood Suites 66,000 square feet, and that accounted for over 90% of those foregone revenues. Now, of the totals, the 16 and the 11 million, the total of the city DC policy exemptions, the water and wastewater and storm budget, the rate budget, they funded approximately 8.2 million in 2012 and 7.2 million in 2013. So really the unfunded amount of exemptions that were created by city policy totaled approximately 8.7 million in 2012 and 4.3 million in 2013. Now, the next The next few slides talk about how has the city benefited from these targeted development charge exemptions. For example, on the industrial development side, over those past few years, approximately 1.7 million square feet of industrial development occurred, and the additional amount of annual property taxes, and this is a estimate once impact figures out what the assessment is, it'll be in the neighborhood of somewhere around $5 million annually more. And approximately 3,000 jobs were created and or retained. With regards to the downtown Hamilton Community Improvement Project area exemptions, those redevelopments and the new developments with their increased assessment provided an increase in annual municipal taxes of approximately $3.1 million annually. And if you refer on the tables on page 9 and 11 of the staff report, there we have the tables that actually list the specific projects that were completed and eligible for the city exemption policies. These next few slides will focus on some of the key recommendations of the staff report, take a look at the new residential rates and how they relate to new home affordability, just take a brief look at the changes in the industrial development charge rate, the partial phase out of the downtown Hamilton SEPA exemption, and agricultural uses within the urban boundary, also storm water management facilities, and the recommendation regarding transition policies. With regards to the new rates and how they compare or relate to the median new home price, which in Hamilton in 2013 was approximately $449,900. The increase in development charges of $6,000 on a residential single detached unit of $6,888 represents 1.53% of the 2013 median new home price. And the total new proposed development charge, which is about a 24.5% increase on a single detached unit, is approximately 7.78% of the median new home price in 2013. With regards to the proposed industrial development charge rate, as Adam had mentioned before, the proposed rate increase, it was at $8.98 a square foot. It'll be going up to $11.44 a square foot. And as Adam had mentioned before, the revenues collected will go towards the funding of 100% of the linear wastewater, 100% of the wastewater facilities, 100% of the stormwater with the ponds excluded, and the services related to the highway. Previously they were at 50% funding, now we're increasing that to 65% of the funding. Be done in a second. With regards to the next slide, the downtown Hamilton Community Improvement Project area exemption reduction. This partial exemption reduction, what staff are recommending is that the exemption remain at 90% for an additional year so that the development community can prepare for the eventual phase out of partially of the exemption. And then every year after that, the exemption amount would be decreased by 5% until the last year of the bylaw, it would be set at 70%. And the downtown Hamilton Community Improvement Project area, the boundaries are Cannon Street, Victoria Avenue, Hunter Avenue, and Queen Street. Another policy change within the staff report is with regards to agricultural uses. And staff are proposing that within the urban boundary, if an agricultural development, if they're hooked up to the water services, the wastewater services, the storm, that any agricultural use within the urban boundary would be charged at the industrial development charge rate. With regards to outside of the urban boundary, we're proposing not to change that policy so that they'll continue to be exempt if they meet the definition of agricultural use in the development charge bylaw. With regards to stormwater management facilities, staff are proposing that the contribution for land cost to be based on actual land size and a fixed cost per acre as outlined in one of the appendices to the report with regards to the local service policy. And then really the changes regarding the contribution for construction cost, and that's to be based on the actual capacity of the pond and the fixed construction cost per cubic meter, so that the first 6,500 cubic meters, the developer is reimbursed $80 per cubic meter, and anything over and above that, it'll be at $40 per cubic meter. The transition policies, no change really from the last bylaw when it came into effect in terms of the building permit trigger, so that you must have a complete building permit application made by July 5th, 2014 to pay the old rates, and as long as the permit is not canceled within the 6-month period afterwards, you still get to be rated at the old rate. And then with regards to site plans, and this always occurs during a new bylaw initiation period, the complete site plan application must be received by May 1st. And and if you have not yet had a building permit issued by July 5th, you're eligible to receive the old rates, and for any permits applied for and issued by in a 6-month period afterwards. Now, regarding the, we have a slide here which looks at the Development Charge Stakeholder Committee and the 2 recommendations that the committee endorsed. And Councillor Clark and Gary Scanlon had mentioned this earlier. One of the recommendations was that staff be directed to undertake an engineering cost analysis of the water, wastewater, stormwater systems in the 6 downtown corridors to assist in the next development charge review and provide a clear timeline path. And then also Susan had mentioned that staff be directed to consult with the Hamilton-Halton home builders to develop guidelines and criteria for annual projects such as sidewalks and street lighting. With regards to the remaining steps in the process, as Gary had mentioned earlier, the development charge bylaws have a 5-year maximum life. So council does require to pass a new bylaw by July the 5th, 2014. And then a newspaper notice must go out regarding the passage of the development charge bylaws. We have 20 days to do that after passage of the bylaw. There's a bylaw appeal period, which starts after the passage of the bylaw and ends 40 days later. And then a new development charge pamphlet will be required to be written up, and that we have 60 days to do that after the passage date. And just one last slide with regards to the potential appeal of the Hamilton Conservation Authority, the growth capital by the HHHBA. Staff will be putting a notation in the proposed development charge bylaw regarding this potential appeal. And what it'll say is pending resolution of the HHBA appeal of the Halton Conservation Authority growth capital, the city bylaw will be amended according to the OMB's decision. And that's it.
Okay, the way I'm going to handle this, it'll be questions of not only the presenters, but if there's questions of other city staff on this particular issue, I'll allow that. I'll set up a supplementary list to come back for comments and that with regards to the motion before us. So please indicate whether you want to be on the second list. So I've already got a list. I think more or less my list is those who are not on the list rather than those who are on the list. So questions of the presenters or city staff. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. And if you could just reserve a spot for me to make comments about the entire process, that would be wonderful, Mr. Chairman. Just some quick questions, if we could just deal with some, I guess, the controversial ones first. The Conservation Authority's development charge. So the way I read the proposed resolution to that is to allow the DC to be a part of this bylaw, and if the appeal on the Halton Conservation Authority DC goes contrary to the Halton Conservation Authority, then we would repeal our DC. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct, and we would refund any of the amounts collected since the passage of the new bylaw also.
Okay. So that helps a great deal. With regards to the engineering study for the downtown, this is with reference to Councillor McCaddy's concern that he's raised a number of times now with differential rates. We wouldn't be setting, what would be the process? We're going to agree to that engineering study. It's going to be a significant undertaking, but we're not setting the geographical boundaries or the scope for that study by passing this. That would have to happen, I would assume, quickly in 2015.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. So that'll be up to the next council to come up with the terms, but we would be making sure that it moves forward to them. With regards to the stormwater management ponds, the home builders have raised, in general across the city, they don't have a concern about the stormwater management ponds, but there were 8 specific projects where we have been discussing at length benefit to existing. So what's going to transpire? We passed this bylaw. They still have concerns about benefit to existing. First, the benefit to existing is based on our previous bylaw. Is that not correct?
Through the chair, yes, and also staff and our consultants, we will be having an internal meeting just to go through all of the assumptions and the analysis that has been done already, just to make sure that we are correct in our assumptions, and that if there is a potential for going to the OMB, that we are solid on our ground with regards to how we calculated our benefit to existing portion.
And if the benefit to existing calculation, we find there's any errors or omissions, then we could still fix this in 2015, if that's the council's desire.
Through the chair, yes.
Can I ask a question about, Mr. Chairman, the education development charges? This is our study, and we've spent an awful lot of time going through the calculations, and everything in here is defensible. I've not seen a background study for the education development charges. Do they provide one to us? Do they do the same process as like, how do they come to their decision?
Through the chair, I know Adam's been paying detailed attention to this, so I'll let him answer.
Through the chair, the school boards do have to go through a background study process. Actually, both the public and Catholic school boards, just in the early last week, posted their background studies, and I believe they advertised last week as well the dates for their public meetings. I don't recall when they are, but they, I believe, are both scheduled for June, the public meetings, with the proposed bylaws to come into effect at the end of August.
Okay. And again, to be clear, we don't have any authority over their development charges on the education side.
Through the chair, that would be correct.
Okay. The last item, Mr. Chairman, is the phase-in component. The option 1, which there was a number of options that we had talked about, is 0% this year, 50% of the DC next year, and 100% next year. Does staff have concerns in terms of council taking that position?
Through the chair, no.
Okay. And do we know the value, the calculations for the loss of revenue potential. Again, much of it may be on paper, it may not actually be actual loss, but what's the value for, I guess it was $6,800 a unit, so roughly the 0% would equate to what?
Through the chair, you are correct, and it depends on the take-up. I know to date, a lot of the developers are trying to rush to get their permits in, but if we assume, for example, 750 units for the first 6 months, and at $6,800, that's about $5 million, and then for the next 6 months, if we assume that 750 units take up while the increase is still only at 50% of the increase, it would be roughly about $2.3 million. So roughly about 7.3 in total, assuming those numbers materialize.
And again, it's not actual revenue that we're foregoing, it's revenue that may be lost in the event that there's no take-up. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. I think those are all my questions, and if you can come back to me for comments, that would be great. Thank you.
Councilor McCarthy, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And just a basic question to begin with. The transit charges that are included, I guess that was maybe written down all different things here. Was that slide 18? Anyways, the transit charges, they're going up a little bit, but what exactly does that cover for transit? What's allowed under the DC bylaw?
We go through trying to determine growth components of the different proposed facilities and also the expansion buses. I know in the past, I believe it's been, I think it's 1 bus a year or whatever was the amount attributable to growth, and that's the funding that we collected. And for example, part of the new transit stations, a part of that can be considered as part of the growth forecast. So it's a whole bunch of infrastructure that that's in the transit areas capital forecast.
Thanks, Joe. So just to try and ground that in an example, because I just don't understand how this has evolved. We know that Hamilton is growing significantly to the south, up around Rymal Road, a Heritage Green area. Yet, when we had our discussion during the 2014 budget process to expand transit service, understanding transit service, the operating costs are not eligible. We're not talking about that. But there was, I forget which service it was. It might have been one of the services required an additional bus and a bus driver, of course, so combination. But the additional bus would have been eligible for DCs. So with all the expansion, and I'll just throw in sidewalks as well, understanding it's a separate issue, but with all the expansion of that Hamilton has seen to the south, I'll just pick on Rymal Road area broadly and the Heritage Green area. Why haven't we been able to expand transit from a capital perspective up in that area, or have we, and I've just missed it? And the corollary question, Mr. Deputy Mayor, would be, as we've heard from Councillor Duvall and others, and we know for a fact, just being up there, that there are no sidewalks on Rymal Road. Also, the development has exploded in that area, and I guess there's the same situation in Waterdown. There's areas with no sidewalks, yet the development has exploded. So just trying to understand those two aspects.
So through the chair, without getting into specific detail on the transit growth services, as you can see on slide on page 18, the transit component is increasing significantly from $232 to $497 per single detached unit. So we are capturing more of the growth costs, and we can get back to you in terms of the specifics, how many more new buses and other infrastructure are included in that calculation. And I'm sorry, what was the second part?
Sorry, Joe, I look forward to the hearing back on that. But just to pick on another example, sidewalks. There are no sidewalks on Rymal Road. I'll just pick on that as an example. You would think with all the development that's occurred in that area and the need for people to get around, that we would that DCs would have paid for sidewalks.
And through the chair, I know that, and Tony Sergi can expand on this. I know there are some plans for Rymal Road in terms of section between, I believe it's Fletcher's and Nebo, yeah. And so we will be urbanizing the road there. I know that when I first started here, just before amalgamation, there were certain areas of the growth services that weren't included in the development charge. And so it's taken us a while to try and be more thorough and detailed in terms of capturing the growth capital forecast. And so we're kind of playing catch up on that account. And that's why we had to time the staging of development and trying to fit all this in. But I know, on Rymal specifically, but you're right, there are some gaps in terms of the revenues that we've collected to date and some of the urbanizing capital requests.
So I'll follow up, because that's some more detailed question as well, with understand when that's going in and development comes in, and in 2006, for example, and when do you get the sidewalk, and what are the factors involved in that? Do we borrow knowing that we're going to get the DCs over the following 10 years? Be nice to know that, because what happens is people move into those developments and it's very unfriendly for pedestrians or transit or anything, and they buy the second car and they drive from there on in. So it's not sure. I think we have competing policy objectives often with some of this stuff, so it's of great interest to me. The next question, again, it's a broad one, so I'll probably raise it and need to follow up a little bit more, but just the rationale for some of the discounts that we have, understanding they're less, the discounts are less than they have been in the past, but just looking at the non-residential DCs, just trying to figure out which, and it was the, not the industrial to begin with, but the institutional, and I forget what slide that was, not finding it here right in front of me. But just trying to understand how those decisions are made. It seems, for someone who would just pick this up, it would seem arbitrary. I know that's not the case. I know there's a lot of thought given at the committee and at staff for that, but we're a city that is being built right now on institutional development. So McMaster, Hamilton Health Sciences, St. Joe's, Mohawk, Redeemer, etc. Yet we're still discounting the institutional DCs. Help me out, Joe, in terms of where I should be looking on the slide.
I believe it's on, through the chair, I believe it's on slide 27 with the 5-year DC exemption history.
Okay. Right. So there's hospitals and colleges, universities, etc. And then along with in that category of non-industrial or non-residential, we also have the commercial as well. And it's my understanding is we've got lots of commercial development in Hamilton, and we don't really need a lot more. So I'm just trying to understand the rationale for some of the discounts, understanding that, or at least my sense of this would be driven by policy, our policy objectives. So just trying to understand that. Joe, maybe take me through some of the thinking. Maybe just pick on the institutional one as an example.
Through the chair, so and Gary can expand on it in terms of his experience with some of the other municipalities. A lot of the neighboring municipalities, for example, have the same type of exemption policies in place. For example, London, I know on the industrial rate side, I believe that they're still charging zero regarding a development charge rate for their industrial development. I know they had calculated one, but when it came time to passage of the rate, they still stuck with zero as an economic incentive in their area. For example, hospitals. I know that when this debate occurred back in the early 2000s, a lot of the neighboring municipalities, I remember Halton and some of the other ones, they actually, not only did not charge DCs, but they actually gave large grants or funds to the hospital regarding their expansion. And from my recollection, I remember we had the argument where we couldn't afford, our community couldn't afford to give a direct, grant, whether it be $5, $10 million or whatever. So we would only charge them 50% DCs rather than the full amount and allow them to defer that over a 10-year payment period. So for example, even though, most of the municipalities have those types of exemption policies in place, I think we're doing better than some of the other municipalities in trying to limit the amount of revenue that we forego, and that would just be one example.
Okay. Well, it's certainly a concern to me because Mr. Chair, we're in a situation where we're, building the facility across the street, Mac downtown. There's a substantive city grant to make that happen. We're transitioning from an industrial-based in Hamilton where the taxes came in from an industrial taxes. Now we're into the heads and beds economy with next to no property taxes, and we also got low DCs when those facilities are built. So I think it's just probably a larger financial question. Hopefully Chris Murray can help us with that over time. Just not sure how we're going to balance our books over time with that kind of an economy. I guess just to clarify, and Councillor Clark mentioned this, but I wasn't sure I understood the answer, the phase-in of the the new residential rates, what is the cost to the city in foregone revenue if the development occurs? 7.3 million, was that?
Through the chair, yeah, and it just depends upon the take-up as to how many building permits are applied for during that period. So we used over, based on that option, over a year-long period of about 1,500 units, single detached unit equivalents. So more units when you look at townhouses and the single detached units, but using that number, roughly about 7.3 million.
And is the rationale for that based on the delegations we heard earlier on that passing on that cost to homeowners to new homeowners is prohibitive, therefore the city should forego the revenue? Is that the rationale, Mr. Deputy Mayor? Okay.
Through the chair, just from my discussions with the development community and what I've seen and heard, the late construction start to the season, the fact that it's a very significant increase, and also the various factors that Councillor Clark had mentioned, those were all reasons for that option being put in as an option in the staff report. And I know also that in previous development charge bylaws where we have had significant increases to the development charge rate, and even the recessionary period in 2008 and 2009 where we froze the rates, there has been actions taken by council in terms of mitigating significant increases.
Thanks, Joe. And the last question, Mr. Chair, it's, I guess, maybe to Chris, if I can, or Jason, knowing that Jason's still fairly new on this. But on the intensification question, and we've had lots of discussion on that already, and I caught the direction that we needed to do some studies on that. My memory, the Places to Grow Act of the province came in around 2003, 2004. We completed our grids planning process in 2006, which recommended growth, the recommended growth focus was on nodes and corridors, intensification. And there was a target through Places to Grow of 40%, and there was even a larger target in the downtown Hamilton. So I just wanted to understand, given that we're almost 10 years later in terms of Places to Grow Act and the very strong direction from the province of Ontario to get 40% intensification, are we saying there's been we still today, in dealing with this DC bylaw, don't have information on where the pipes are, or not necessarily where the pipes are, but the condition of the pipes, the volume the pipes can carry in terms of new development, and therefore we really are very challenged in accomplishing intensification in Hamilton, and therefore we're not going the direction of the differential DCs because we just don't have that information. I get that side of it, but I guess I'm kind of shocked on the larger question that we're not ready for intensification 10 years after the Places to Grow Act. So that sounds like a real drop ball. If that's the case, which we've heard that today, fair enough. But it seems like a real threat to us meeting the intensification targets that we have before us. So that's just been writ large for me this morning in the way that it was presented, which was illuminating. A comment, please, from Chris Murray.
Mr. Murray, would you like to start off, please?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Chairman. As you well know, certainly when we look at our nodes and corridor planning, and in particular when we look at our B-line LRT, I mean, a considerable amount of time and effort was placed on developing secondary plans along that corridor in particular, and there's no doubt that we know what infrastructure we certainly own under the ground. We know certainly the condition in terms of the capacity. I mean, I was just referring to Tony because Tony was involved in some aspects of this, and I think he can speak more specifically about what truly it is that we know and we don't know. So, Tony, if you could help.
Through the chair to the
Mr. Sergi, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, as it relates to the various locations of intensification, our current approach has been a one-off approach based on the exact location, and we do the analysis based on how the existing system was originally designed and the criteria that it was designed. So we do know the fixed capacities at that time, and it's the issue of where the actual intensification, if it's occurring as across the street on an entire block, you can do the whole analysis. So what we're reacting to is spot development, and we're trying to manage the intensification based on the current development. We have 2 or 3 pilot projects in coordination with Dan McKinnon's group at Noodle Ehrenberg. We are looking at it comprehensively as opposed to doing the one-offs. We do know the fixed pipe capacity, but if a specific tower comes in, maybe 20 stories, that may cause another draw on the system. And we have 3 or 4 applications where we have that occurring, where there is insufficient water capacity and we have to extend the infrastructure because of the exact location. So we picked nodes and corridors, but the drainage catchments may not exactly run, the pipes may not run in that direction. So we have to do major system analysis, to say short.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, I think I'm hearing 2 different things. On the DC side of things, we need all kinds of comprehensive studies. On the city planning side of things, we have some of those studies. So it's not clear to me why we can't move ahead on some of the differential DC charges based on the areas that we do understand. And at some point, we've got to deal with this issue. Just to say that the pipes don't, we think the pipes don't have the capacity and end the story there just doesn't seem like a thorough analysis. So I'm just very, very disappointed in what I'm hearing. I guess I'll try and take it up with staff afterwards. I think we have to be ready for intensification, and I'm hearing 2 different things. So I'm confused by that. In any case, I'll follow up on that. Thanks.
Okay, so on the questioners list, I have Councillor Jackson, Councillor Collins, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Farr in that order. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Joe, as I've said before, we're very fortunate to have you as our Manager of Development Charges, and your knowledge and talent has always impressed me on this file. Thanks for the presentation from you, Gary and Adam. So just some quick questions, Mr. Deputy Mayor, just in my own words to help me understand. So, Joe, the main difference, give me a Reader's Digest version, the main difference between staff's recommendation and 7.1 and alternative number 1 that the Triple H would prefer Is the main difference the pace of the increase? In other words, we'll still get there with a final global amount, but the pace of how we get there is different. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Joe.
Through the chair, that's correct. The increase will be phased in over a one-year period.
Okay. So within that 1 year between now and who's ever on council next term, is there an impact either this year, our budget's already been set this year on the levy, and are going into 15? Is there any impact on that both now or possibly in the 15 budget deliberations, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if we went with alternative 1? Through you?
Through the chair, no.
Okay. That's good to know. Now, to the HCAs, Councillor Clark raised it and is allowing me the privilege to ask it. So we've got our CAO, Chris Firthaglin, here. And I'll preamble, Joe, before I ask Mr. Firthaglin for comments on the HCA's position, why they are in the position they're in, why we weren't waiting, if you will, for the Halton decision and appeal. I'll ask Mr. Firthaglin that to prepare him. But just to preamble, Joe, the last time we did the DC thing, if I recall, there ended up being an overcharge, which meant that there was some reimbursement to the industry. That was all acknowledged. We had it in camera, and then I think that all came out publicly eventually. There was a reimbursement to the industry. Why would we have the HCA? I'm not asking you to speak for the HCA. I'll ask Chris in a minute. But why, from your standpoint, would we have that when potentially, again, that might be in the category, if Halton loses, in the overcharge category, and you're saying, to Councillor Clark's question, we can reimburse the industry if that's forthcoming. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Joe for a comment.
Mr. Spotter?
Through the chair, if we don't incorporate it into the bylaw right now, then all the development that'll occur up until the time of the OMB decision, we won't be able to collect on those units that have been developed up to that point. Once the OMB decision is in, it's easy enough for staff to issue the refunds for the development that has occurred up to that point in time, and that's why staff are recommending that it be left in the development charges background study for now until the outcome of the Halton appeal.
So in that area, Joe, whatever, if it stays and we approve this today, either recommendation by staff or alternative 1, which the HCA is in both, I presume, you would park that additional money coming in so that if Halton loses and we have to reimburse, you don't have to scramble to find it? Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. Through you to Mr. Firthaglin. Chris, for a comment from our HCA standpoint, why we're in the position we're in. Do we think it's a good thing what Halton's done? We're piggybacking. Why did we wait for Halton? You've heard the industry players from the Triple H. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Chris.
Good morning, Mr. Deputy Mayor and members of the committee. Through you, sir, Councillor Jackson. The approach that we've taken at the HCA is much different than that Conservation Halton has taken. It's very scoped. It's much smaller in its request for funding support, and that's based on the types of projects, the whole approach that we've taken in comparison. We believe that we are on the right track, both at our staff, your consultant, and municipal staff. In Halton's, it's a very broad approach that they've taken. Elements of recreation, capital development, things that in our work with your consultant and your team, we feel are not related from a conservation authority to charge through the DC Act. The question at point, really, a conservation authority does have the ability, the authority, to reach for funding support from the municipalities that are within its watershed. But every mechanism at our disposal puts the costs on the existing taxpayers. The principle at point is, if it's growth related, should it be charged to the growth that is affected, that is causing the work?
Okay, Chris, thank you for that. Just a subsequent, you heard the industry representatives, Nando and Suzanne, say if they're successful, they still want to work with the authority to find some cooperation, collaboration, and how the industry can support conservation areas, acquisitions, transfer of lands, things like that. I presume, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Chris, you're always open-minded to that kind of conversation, Chris?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, we've been very successful on both accounts, working with the development industry. They are good partners.
Okay, thanks, Chris. And last question, Joe, just slide 21, please, Joe, regarding the residential rate. So, you know, I said as Nando and Suzanne presented, Mr. Deputy Mayor, you know, it just comes down to the paradox and the dichotomy of maintaining momentum in our residential construction industry, and on the flip chart, the commercial industrial side, where we're still competitive, versus slowing sales down. And that's always our dilemma and difficulty. But thanks very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Collins, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and through you to Joe. Joe, oftentimes we're presented with requests as it relates to the urban boundary expansion to draw the line in the sand where we're at right now. Strictly go ahead with intensification projects, no new subdivisions in Binbrook or Glanbrook, Flamborough, and other places. And I think what finance staff has highlighted in the past is that there's a ripple effect and negative consequences to that. How, if in fact council took that position from a planning perspective, what happens to the DCs, and how would that be impacted as it relates to creating a deficit position? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Spiler, please.
Trying to understand the question. So you're saying if, through the chair, if development out in the greenfield areas was halted, for example?
Correct.
And the only growth occurred through intensification?
Within the existing urban boundary, yes.
Just from through the chair, just from a financial perspective, I know that the studies that we had earlier talked about regarding the existing capacities of the infrastructure that's in there now, we would have to do a very detailed calculation in terms of, and Gary had used that example, where larger pipes need to go in and the roads get ripped up, and if you're going to try and widen some roads and all the other steps that are necessary in order to accommodate the additional infrastructure required. That would be the only factor in the calculation of a new development charge. So in terms of from a finance perspective, those would be the only inputs into the calculation of a new development charge quantum.
And what would happen to those? You base your the new rate on assumptions. Those assumptions figure in or account for so many residential units and so much in terms of commercial and industrial in a year. If you were to, or if council, from a planning perspective and a growth perspective, says that through the next boundary that there's a freeze in place for environmental reasons, sustainability reasons, various arguments have been made along those lines. What then happens to the projects that are on the 10-year list that you've compiled through this review?
Through the chair, they would be removed.
So they just wouldn't happen?
That's correct.
And so what would happen as it relates to the harbor cleanup and the improvements to the water and wastewater sewage treatment plant, which seems to be one of the largest projects in the calculation?
Through the chair, then I believe that we'd have to rely more heavily on forecast development in the downtown area that has been occurring to date. And I'm assuming that an economic development can comment on this. If you shut off the outlying areas, then the value of all of the real estate in the downtown area would go up significantly. And there definitely would be more development in that pocket, but not in the greenfield areas.
Okay. And in terms of the, I think you covered the mandatory discretionary part in your presentation fairly well, as Gary did. That's it in terms of my questions, Mr. Chairman, for now.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good presentation, everyone. Thank you. My questions are going to be related, I think, mostly to Gary's part of the presentation, but I'll leave it up to you folks, Mr. Chairman, who answers the questions. First one is on slide number 6. If I could just have some clarification. The slide is on the limitation of services, and I thought I heard you say, Gary, that libraries do pay DCs. Could you just clarify that for me?
We can collect for library services, to build new libraries and buy new books, but the rest of the arts and cultural sector have been removed. We can't collect development charges to build new buildings for cultural or museums or art galleries.
Okay, so the new library being built in Waterdown then does fall into that category
Absolutely.
Of paying?
Yes, it does.
Okay, fine, thank you very much. On slide number 9, under the mandatory exemptions, again, just for clarification, I thought I heard you say that farm operations are excluded under the mandatory, and through you, Mr. Chairman, then in the recommendations, the recommendation is that within the urban boundary, we do look at DC charges for farm operations. Could you just clarify that? Did I hear that right?
No, I think I may have mentioned it under discretionary. The top 3 in Ontario are places of worship, bona fide farming operations, and then industrial as adjustments are made to the DC. So.
Okay, thank you. Going to slide number 34, where we talk about those same recommendations that agricultural uses outside the urban boundary will continue to be exempt, subject to meeting the definition of agricultural uses. Do we have agricultural operations within the urban boundary that are not, I mean, they wouldn't be hooked up to city services necessarily. They could be on their own septic, on their own wells. Would we still look at charging DC charges even though it isn't going to have an impact on the services? Because they won't be getting those services.
Through the chair, we've had this, not exact circumstances, but I mean, if the pipes are there at the side of the road or whatever, and I'm assuming within the urban boundary they will be. If they have the potential to hook up, then we would charge them full DCs, even though at that time, they may elect not to hook up or whatever, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't hook up. The services have been put there within reach, and so if they are within the urban boundary, they would be charged the industrial rate.
Okay, so then they would be charged the industrial DC rate, but then what I'm hearing you say is that they would have that option to decline hooking up to the city services if they were along their property line. Is that accurate through you, Mr. Chair?
They would still be charged the full industrial rate. An example of this is, I think, where we had some Leeds building where they were going to use gray water and everything else, but yet they still, even though the water wasn't flowing from the water line or whatever, or the wastewater line,
right.
They still had the ability to hook up, and we ended up charging them full rates.
Okay, and so just to segue into who pays for the cost of the hookup? The farmer decides to hook up to the pipe that's the city's pipe. Who pays for that hookup?
Through the chair, they would.
I'd like to hear it from staff, please. The farmer does.
That's correct.
Okay, and that was my understanding as well, because I've had a couple of these issues lately with residents, not with farmers. But the cost, even for a resident, just to hook up, a few meters to the system, the city system, is $20,000, $30,000 is quite significant. So I can't imagine what it would be for a farmer with a long laneway. But anyway, you've answered my questions, and thank you very much.
Councillor Farr, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and first through you to Joe, just so I know for certain, we're mandated to go through this process. Did you say every 5 years and mandated by the province, Joe?
Through the chair, correct. That's the maximum life of a development charges bylaw.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, also, I appreciate, Joe, your time, a couple of meetings in the last week or two, and some meetings, of course, with urban renewal as well, specific to one of the slides here that shows an annual decrease of the exemptions as and the work of our colleagues on the committee as well, who met 4 times with respect to this update here today. Very important work, and it's appreciated. On slide 10, it starts where I'm trying to get as much clarity as possible. And a previous question from, I think it was Councillor McCaddy, on the required engineering studies, or the engineering studies, we have our general manager, city manager saying we know the condition in the terms of the capacity. We have Tony saying in and around the core area we have a one-off approach to spot development, and then Tony said we have a pilot currently with Dan McKinnon going on. So if I could get some clarity on exactly where we're at and where we need to be based on slide 37's, I believe there's 2 recommendations. I might add a 3rd amendment to that a little later. But through you to Joe, it seems to me that this is the most significant work that I think we asked in 2012 that we review this aspect. And so where are we now? Where do we need to be, and how long do we have to get there? Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, and Gary Scanlon, our lead consultant, can expand on this. My understanding is we should start on this right after, as soon as the new council comes in early in the new year in 2015, in terms of coming back to council, having workshops, and asking what is exactly what do you want to achieve? What are the objectives? Give us specific boundaries in terms of areas that you want us to look at, and my assumption is that work is going to take all of that period up to the start of the next development charges bylaw.
About 5.5 years then. Through you, Chair, and one of the things we've talked about offline and in advance, so I don't have as many questions as I might have, thanks to Joe's time for me on this, that maybe if we're looking at approving slide 37, the DC Stakeholder Committee recommendations, I'm assuming that that'll come to the floor at some point, maybe we add that, as Joe has just stated, that staff from, I guess, Planning and Economic Development and Finance would consult through council stakeholder groups on achieving a really clear path as it relates to our infrastructure study, because I think it's crucial, and I would be happy to amend those recommendations on slide 37 accordingly. Because there is clearly not a lot of clarity. I mean, we hear from one camp, the argument is that there should be DC exemptions based on infrastructure already in place. Makes total sense. But then another argument we heard on a few occasions here today, that if it's aged infrastructure and needs replacement based on the size of the intensification or infill project in a CIPA area, for example, then we have to look at that as well. And I think we have to do it more in-depthly, and I would very much appreciate being part of a stakeholder group or a council stakeholder consult on that. On the Public Art Reserve, did we ever contemplate, maybe as a committee or through the work leading up to today's presentation, I see we're keeping it at 10%, and I recall our general manager prior to Jay Thorne coming up with this 10% CIP eligible to receive a dollar-for-dollar exemption for voluntary contributions made to our Public Art Reserve. And I think we're somewhere around 300 and change right now in that reserve, so it's been successful. But we're maintaining it at 10%, but was it ever contemplated that we could increase dollar-for-dollar exemptions beyond 10% and match the de-escalation or reductions that we're seeing over the 5 years? Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, not through staff's work in our discussion with economic development.
Okay, and then through you to economic development, and generally speaking, so to Jason Thorne, when you look at slide, I'm getting lost here, but the slide that shows the reductions over time, not effective next year, but come 2016 and beyond on the CIPA DC exemption reductions. I forget the page. Maybe someone can help me. I marked it.
There it is right there, up on the board.
Oh, thank you. Slide 33. Jason Thorne, so I know you're fairly new here, but we are seeing success. Some might argue we need another zero next to the $3 million that we're seeing now annualized in new tax revenue from downtown developments, where we saw 100% DC reductions, now 90 with the art reserve opportunities. But you see that declining rate. And just generally, do you think we're in a position now, feel comfortable when you see this declining rate over the next 4 or 5 years? Through you, Chair.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I mean, the Downtown Renewal Division has looked at those numbers, and what is anticipated is that as the real estate economics of the downtown improve, that it will be able to manage and sustain a lesser exemption from the DCs over that 5-year period.
So, knowing our objectives, that these improvement incentives are meant to spur development, where generally it wasn't taking place, seeing now that it's working, you feel that it will continue to be effective, given that there's still obviously a good, strong percentage even leading up to 2019 to 70%, or down to 70%. Through you, Chair. We're still going to maintain that objective and see growth and grow that $3 million annualized to 6, 10, 12.
Mr. Thorne?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct, yes.
Okay.
So can I jump, my assumption, let me assume this. So downtown Hamilton means downtown Dundas, downtown Waterdown, downtown Stony Creek.
Yeah, the CI...
uptown Concession Street. So the downtowns include all of our downtowns, not just the core of the old city.
See, I'm talking about this, sorry, Mr. Chair, this slide, as indicated, downtown Hamilton CIPA exemption areas. And fair enough.
So
I generally pluralize downtown where applicable. Fair enough. Okay, so on the...
So for clarity, it's the defined core of the old city is what you're defining, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
I should have been more clear.
Okay.
Thank you. And finally, is it fair then to add, Joe, in your opinion, through the chair, an amendment, a third bullet, if we do contemplate the stakeholder committee's recommendations, that we do have these coordinated council workshops through, I guess, beginning in the new term of the new council? Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm good now. Thank you. Or now.
So I've lost quorum, so I'm going to suspend our proceedings until I have an additional member of council join us in the room. And I hear the doors are swinging, so the suspension is momentarily. Thank you, sir. So I have no other questions other than I have, Councillor Duvall, and then I have second-time questioners, and then I want to try to get to this issue sometime today. Councillor Duvall, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and through to Joe. Joe, I know Councillor Jackson was asking some questions about the effect of the DC charges if we went to, I think it's the recommendation 1, or the alternative 1. I guess my question is, right now, is there an amount that we're subsidizing on the tax levy for DC charges where new growth should be happening, but we're not getting at being exemptions?
Through the chair, on the tax-supported side, we are not subsidizing any of the foregone revenue in terms of through the capital budget process. On the rate budget side, yes, but not on the tax-supported budget side.
But on the rate budget, do you know how much that would be per household, an average?
Through the chair, no, I'd have to get back to you.
Okay, I appreciate that. And if we went to
Alternate 2, alternate A, 1.
Alternative 1, and we didn't, and I understand there's about maybe $5 or $7 million we're talking about, if we would forego that until next year.
Through the chair, that's correct.
So would that have any effect on any of the projects going forward at this time?
Through the chair, no, because when we did the capital forecast back in September, October, we had no idea of what the size of the increase was going to be, and therefore we try and be conservative in terms of forecasting how much revenue we're going to get in on the development chart side, and we try to limit the withdrawals on the reserve based on a conservative withdrawal rate annually.
Okay, so it's just a matter of then what I get through the report between your recommendation, the staff recommendation, and the alternative. We basically delaying the $7 million, or we're losing the $7 million in another year? Or a year?
Forgoing.
We're forgoing that $1 million.
Through the chair, yes, correct.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Any other first-time questioners, second-time questioners? And then my intentions is to go to the motion, receive the presentation, go to the motion. As you know, it's a 24-part recommendation. I'll look for a mover and a seconder to get it on the floor, and then we'll go through the commentaries and then deal with the recommendations before us. Second-time questioners, Councillor Clark, Councillor McCaddy, please.
Thank you very much. So if we can just zero in a little bit on the differential concept and some of the concerns that have been raised by Councillor Farr and Councillor McCaddy. So the statement was made, and Mr. Murray is still here, so if I could just quickly ask him a question. This document and these recommendations, I was led to believe they went through the senior management team, and there was discussions with regards to the recommendations. So these recommendations, are they from the senior management team, or are they just from the development growth side, or how are we supposed to perceive these?
Right. I would certainly perceive them as being reflective of what SMT supports. I mean, Mike Zagaric and Jerry Davis, and it's been a little difficult without a general manager at PED, notwithstanding Joanne's effort, but the three of us have certainly been well informed and kept apprised of what's going on, and when you read this, you should interpret it as being supported by the key members of SMT.
Now, can I also just ask clarification, because when I read this document and when we were involved in the work, and it wasn't just 4 meetings, although I wish it was, this document actually deals with our total capital plan for the next 15, 20 years. So this document is the item that really declares up front, because everything in here is all of the projects that we have to undertake, and we have assessed the growth component and the benefit to existing, and that's how we came to this DC charge. Is that an accurate reflection?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that is an accurate reflection. Actually, that's a very important point, so that I think anyone watching or listening today understands the the planning, if you will, that's involved in growing the city, certainly as it relates to the major infrastructure investments that have to be made. I think often people think we only think in terms of 10 years. We actually think beyond that.
And to be clear again, because some folks have, and I'm not referencing anyone around the table here, but some folks have oversimplified what a development charge can or cannot be. The calculations to the development charge, and you just look to the executive summary of the report, we had to look at the capital costs for the services, but we needed to look at all of the growth, the historic growth, the units that are coming on stream, and all of the hard costs that are associated with that. So the amount of work in terms of the calculations is quite significant. So it's not we'd like to charge more in one area. The fact is, we have to follow the law. We can't just put a charge in and try and defend it.
I think through you, Mr. Chairman, I think that's absolutely true. I think, as pointed out by our presenters from the Hamilton-Halton Home Builders Association, I mean, we're cognizant, obviously, of the law. We follow the law, and we can't just arbitrarily kind of make decisions. But your statement, I think, in fundamentally is correct.
Okay, and so when I'm looking at the development charges, and I guess it's finance side, the net cost to be recovered from development charges is $792 million. And then we have other charges that are going to be captured through our rates, water rates, and the levy, because those are the only two areas, or three areas, that we can actually get the money from. Is that correct?
That's absolutely right, through Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Sir, can I jump in? So where does parkland dedication and go things like just that? I mean, it's
all a part of the calculation.
Okay.
Yep.
It's the plus factor.
It's a significant it really is a significant undertaking, and to be quite candid, when I first got involved with this committee 8 years ago, we've come a long way in terms of our calculations of the DCs, and they are 100% defendable in terms of the current document that's before us. So can I just address then, and I think it'll be Gary's turn now, sorry Mr. Chairman, because it's come up. We heard that we did the grids process, and the province has all these lovely policies that we have to follow. We heard that we have a general understanding of where the pipes are and the condition of the pipes. Can you help people understand, Gary, with regards to what work needs to be done to actually assess what the development charges would be in that area if we were looking at specific growth in the downtown, as opposed to site projects, which we're doing now, but in a geographical territory?
Yeah, if I can expand, I think what's been done to date is looking at site-specific. We have all the modeling, the engineering modeling for sewers and water mains and that type of thing. So on a specific basis, they layer on top that development and then see how it permeates through the system to assess the impacts. It's easier to do on the item by item, and because you've got something to deal with. We do have the modeling, we've got the information, but I think what we've talked about is if we're going to look to say the downtown core, and we have certain planning assumptions on intensities, how much and where it's going to happen over a time period. So we'd look at what are the applications before us, who's been in talking to us. We'd at least try and assess a 20-year plan, and then load that onto these areas, and then be able to assess the impacts of that development. When I get into the calculations, then I'm into the example I used in the other community. We replaced the pipes 25 years ago, then maybe we're not, there is an existing benefit, but the existing benefit of the replacement of that pipe may be a lot smaller than something that's 100 years old. So that's the other part of it, is we have to assess the impacts of the where and what's going to be affected and what do we have to replace. We have to cost it, and then I've got to take a look at existing benefit versus growth. So there's a little bit more to it. I think there's a lot more of the assumptions that have to be laid out, a lot more of the planning, and that's why even the boundaries impact on like where we're going to draw the area-specific boundaries to take a look at affect the calculations and the review that we're contemplating undertaking. So it is a sizable exercise, and I just wanted to expand on what was said. It's consistent. It's just a bit of a broader undertaking that we need to do.
Okay, so the first thing we would need to understand is whether or not the hard services can actually accommodate a specified amount of growth in the area.
Correct.
And have we done that engineering assessment? I know we do it site-by-site project, but on the whole downtown, if it's going to increase by 15,000 or 20,000 people, have we done the analysis and I'm just making that assumption because I don't know what the total growth numbers would be for the downtown or what my colleagues have in mind, but do we know if the hard services can handle the volume and if the soft services downstream can handle the volume? Because everyone that coming in to that community has waste, so it's going to go downstream at some point.
So anybody in a position to answer that?
Through the chair, if I could have just a second to confirm with Public Works as to the extent of the modeling that was completed as part of both grids and the current study.
Do you have a supplemental question while they confer?
With regards to no, the supplemental is based on the, sorry. No, that wouldn't work.
Okay, well, Mr. Sergi, please.
Through the chair, if I can, as part of grids, they did the evaluation based on traffic zones on the sub-trunks and the trunks. What we're referring to now is the local conveyance system as it relates to how we get the flows in that area, which are these sub-catchments that I was referring to earlier, that we want to start analyzing section by section.
So again, the question is, if we're talking about real intensification of the downtown, and do we have numbers in terms of how many units we're anticipating in the downtown? That's the first component that we need, and I think we have that from grids, which is what Councillor McCaddy's point was. Now, have we done the analysis of, we're going to put that in, it's going to be 15 to 20 years, and at the end of this, we're going to have this volume of people living here, and what's the benefit to existing versus the newcomers, and do our hard services exist to handle that component in terms of volume of water coming in and waste going out? Because that's how we develop a DC. We just don't throw spaghetti at the wall and say it's going to stick.
Mr. Sergi, please.
Through the chair, that level, based on location specific, has not been completed to the level that I could tell you what pipes have to be replaced and what has to be upgraded and timing.
Okay, and so the position of the DC sub-review committee was that after hearing both our staff and Mr. Scanlon, as well as receiving information from Ms. Blais and other constituents with regards to differential rates, that in order for us to even consider including those in the DC charges, we needed to have the information in terms of the actual engineering studies. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I got to apologize, Councillor. I was in a discussion with Udo here. Can you repeat it for me, please, sir?
Yep. The DC sub-review committee made the decision to recommend that the engineering study be completed after hearing from Mr. Scanlon and yourself, and it was because the numbers simply do not exist currently. We don't have the variables that are required to actually establish DC charges in that manner in the downtown.
Through the chair, you're 100% correct, along with discussion from Mr. Arani, who has been doing work in terms of the impacts as it relates to infrastructure.
Okay, so and I just wanted to make sure that everyone is all on the same page, because we can't all be present for those committees, but that work has been done. With regards to the phase-in period, and to, I guess, finance now. The questions have been asked. It doesn't impact the levy, as I understand the phase-in. If we were to adopt the 0%, 50%, 100%.
Is Chair correct?
Okay. And the money that is foregone, so the $2.3 million in the first 6 months, that money that is foregone, that is not picked up by future DC charges. So if we forego that revenue, if there are building permits issued and site plan permits, we don't capture that money in a future process.
Through the chair, it's not an easy question to answer because, for example, I'll just use the Glanbrook Industrial Park Reserve that we have. So for example, you saw the exemption of the foregone revenue regarding the subsidized industrial rate, but I believe we received back in 2002 or 3, $20 million from, I'm not sure it was the feds or the province, which basically made up a significant piece of the foregone industrial rate revenue. So in an absolute amount, the foregone revenue, it just depends on where we get subsidies coming in infrastructure. It's a complicated question. I would say that no, not 100% of the foregone revenue is lost. Okay,
let me just clarify then. We don't capture it through our levy, and we don't capture it through the water service rate. If we receive contributions outside of our normal process, it may be captured, but to be clear, there isn't a way to capture that money if we forego it.
Through the chair, the rate budget will forego it because it has a little bit more capacity than on the tax services side, but not on the tax levy side.
Okay, and the final question, and this has come up a number of times now, any exemptions, if under the Development Charges Act, if this council decides to exempt certain areas or not charge the DC in a certain area after the work has been done, where do we capture that? We can't transfer it to another DC charge in another property. It can only, my understanding is we can only lay that on the levy or lay that on the water rate. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor McCaddy, and then I'd like to get to the issue, please.
Just two matters that we'll be voting on that I need to clarify before I vote,
certainly,
Mr. Deputy Mayor. The first one is on the changes to the downtown item E, which phases from 90 down to 70%. The rationale for that, did we, I know we always were concerned about banks not lending as much in the downtown Hamilton for projects, and there are other impediments in place. Was there a study done, or is there a paper perhaps that was presented to the committee that laid out the rationale for that reduction? Perhaps there was a survey of 10 banks that said back in a number of years ago when we put the CIP in place, you're right, we didn't fund mortgages in the downtown, we didn't fund projects in the downtown, so therefore the city had to pick up the difference or to try and spur things on ourselves. That's why it's a community improvement plan. But is that no longer the case, Mr. Deputy Mayor? Is there a whole paper that explains the rationale as to why we feel comfortable reducing the support in the downtown?
Through the chair, just from my perspective as a finance staff person, we had several meetings with economic development staff, and we looked at a number of options, different percentages, doing the phase out all at once, spreading it out over a number of years. And this is really from internal experience from staff in terms of Glenn Norton was involved and Neil Everson was involved in terms of what the I don't know what kind of stakeholder questions they went out there and asked. I'm sure they hear from the development community quite often, but that was their opinion, and basically we kind of, as staff, came to a consensus as what the most optimum amount of was in terms of trying to limit the exposure to increased exemptions.
Thanks, Joe. Is Neil or Glenn here? I just keep looking around to provide us with that rationale. It's a pretty big change here in the city of Hamilton. I'd love to have the rationale in front of me before I make that decision. Through you to staff, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Neil is not able to be here today because of a family matter that's involving. Glenn is, I didn't see him out back, so I don't.
Joe?
Through the chair, I was just going to say, because staff had delayed the increase for a year, I mean, we as staff can come back with a report prior to the effective date of the first increase and perhaps provide an increased number of studies or input from some other stakeholders prior to that first increase coming in.
Thanks. That's very helpful, Joe. So I'm just wondering, Mr. Chair, whether we need to capture that in the recommendation, that the change that's being talked about here is subject to a report coming forward by staff with the rationale, that clause. So
I'll certainly come to you because I'm sure there may be a number of additions, deletions, whatever out of what we have before us.
Okay, I appreciate that. And the other question I had was the phase-in, the alternative recommendation. I've just heard a number of different questions on that, and I'm still confused by it. You have to make assumptions anytime you do DCs, I understand that. So if we assume development occurs as we've envisioned through this whole DC process, and we provide that phase-in, the money doesn't come in the same way as it would if we just passed the new residential DC right away, and there's a loss. It seems straightforward to me. Understanding there's some assumptions. So, but if you make those assumptions, this development's going to happen. I understand we've got a pretty hot real estate market here in Hamilton right now. So I've heard the number 7 million. We forego 7 million, and the rate budget has to pick up some of that. I'm not sure how much. The tax levy budget is very clear that it doesn't pick up any. And you also don't pick up those DCs in a future DC bylaw either, I think I heard. So I just really need to know what the risks are, I guess, to the city's finances. That's really what I'm asking, Mr. Deputy Mayor, so I can make that decision with that knowledge.
Are you in a position, Mr. Spatter, to respond, or Mr. one of them?
Through the chair, as I mentioned before, in terms of our growth capital forecasting, we try and be pretty conservative in terms of trying to ensure the projects that we do put forward, that there's sufficient revenue to fund those. With regards to the foregone revenue, so for example, last year we collected approximately around $45 million. So that forecast, I mean, we base our capital budget forecast on an amount a little bit less than that. So if we put the full increase in right away, that amount obviously would be increased, but it wouldn't be lower than what we're budgeting for long term.
So I have no idea what the impact is on the city. It seems like there's foregone revenue. It seems like it's not a big deal. I don't understand that, but I guess that's my answer. Thanks.
Okay. Further questions? Okay, so move to receive the staff presentation. Clark and Pearson on the motion. All those in favor? Carried. Joe and Gary and Adam, thank you very much for your diligence and the information that you've, very, very detailed presentation. Councillor Morrow?
Yeah, my presentation will obviously take place on another occasion. Thanks very much. Secondly, I don't want to be odd man out, but these gentlemen have had to stand for 2 hours or longer. I think that's very, very bad form and unfair and torturous, and I think we should supply chairs over there. I'm amazed I can't seem to get much other interest in that, but I raise that as a point of personal privilege. I would not want to be standing there for 2 hours, personally. I'm a little older than practically everyone else here, with one exception, I think, but only one, and not much, maybe. But I would implore you, please, let's be a little more humane on that score. Thank you.
Noted. Ladies and gentlemen, we have before you item 7.1, the 2014 Development Charges Study and Bylaws. Just to kind of very quickly put it in perspective, as outlined on slide 38, there is a requirement for us to pass the bylaw by July the 5th. So our timings are such as that this GIC recommendations will report to Council on June the 11th. Failing that, if they're referral items, it would go to GIC on June the 18th, which we must deal with it by June the 25th. Otherwise, the existing DC bylaw expires at that particular time. And so that's kind of the timelines that we've got. So in order to get it on the floor, the 24-item recommendation is before us, moved by Councillor Pearson, Councillor Partridge to get it on the floor. Just for your information, 22 of them are specific recommendations. The last two items, W and X, are procedural ones, which is basically to remove them from the OBLs of both GIC and AFNA. So it's an administrative one. So the ones to be dealt with are the first 22 recommendations. Councillor Clark, I have you on the list of wanting to speak to it in general, or shall we go specifically to the recommendations or go directly to the vote? Okay, speaking to it, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's important that we have some comments on it. First off, I do want to thank my council colleagues who sat on the DC Review Committee with me, as well as the citizen reps and the stakeholders. The amount of work that was accomplished in a short period of time is significant. The number of meetings, I think we set an all-time record in terms of the number of meetings that we actually had with stakeholders going through all of the documents. So I need to thank all of the stakeholders for their participation. This was not easy. This is costly to them to assist us. But at the end of the day, I think everyone can understand how important this document is in terms of our overall capital plan for the next 20 years. This is what we're going to be living by. This is our Bible for the next 5 years in terms of our capital plan. So it is really significant. With regards to the overall recommendation, I'm just going to comment on a few of the sections. On item E, the DC exemption, and for the SEPA area, I wish to remind my colleagues that it was this body that actually requested our staff to review that and look at that particular option in terms of phasing it out. The issue that had been raised before by councillors and this sub-review committee agreed with was that the times are changing, and if we continue offering simply an exemption, it becomes a matter of course for the developers to expect that they're not going to pay those costs. They need to understand very clearly that there's a time component to it. This provides that to 2019, and it phases out over time. That enables and encourages developers that if they have plans in the downtown, then they'll want to get their acting gear if they're going to save some money. So to continue simply offering 100% grant forever, this body had already suggested that that wasn't on for them, and this was the most palatable proposal to actually phase it out over a period of time, and I fully support that. With regards to the 10% DC on the public art, the sub-review committee did not get into the many of the policies that this council has already passed. Those are discretionary policies of this council. If folks want to suggest changes to that, we'd have to have that discussion here today. There was no recommendations from the committee. With regards to item H, this is the special area charges that were put in place for Dundas, Waterdown, and Binbrook. Recall we had these conversations before. Councillor Collins was intimately involved in the discussions. We had those discussions at the sub-review committee, and everyone agreed around the table that those charges should stay in place and fulfill that commitment that was put in place, and we do not recommend any changes in that regard. Item R of the report deals specifically with an issue that has come up. This is dealing with donors designating grants and subsidies to the city. So one of the challenges and one of the discussions that we had at length and was when money comes in for contribution to a project from senior levels of government or other contributors, what's the benefit to existing on that grant to the city? And it would help us immensely if the senior levels of government indicated what their positions were up front and what the policies were that support their positions, as opposed to leaving it to the city to try and determine these things in discussions with the stakeholders. So this is an item that I think is important to include, and it's been there. With regards to the engineering study, as I understand it, we need to include that request in these recommendations. I don't think that it's actually included in the recommendations themselves to have that engineering study, and I'm looking to Mr. Sergi and our finance staff. We need to make sure that that engineering study is there. That was a recommendation from the sub-review committee. With regards to the Conservation DC, fully understand the position of the stakeholders, that the conservation authorities have unique powers under the Conservation Authorities Act, and they can actually levy charges to the municipality, and that's why they have philosophical disagreements with that inclusion in this body. We looked at a number of options. We looked at passing it and then not proclaiming it, indicating that it would be there, but we wouldn't institute it. We looked at not putting it in period, and then if there's decision with the Halton Conservation Authority, we would come back and deal with it as an amendment or addendum to the DC charge. That opens up a number of issues with regards to public meetings and the overall development charges policy. In the end, the cleanest way for our staff to deal with it was to include it in the DC charge, ensure that any monies that are collected are allocated in a manner that we know that we have this total. If the Halton appeal goes against the Halton Conservation Authority, then we would simply reimburse those charges back to the developers on the project basis, and we would repeal that component of the bylaw. If the bylaw stands, then we would begin charging it from that period on. So I'm comfortable with that. And the last thing is the 0, 50, and 100%. I think it's really important that everyone around this table understands that while some people would indicate the housing market is hot in the community, there are others that are indicating that the housing market is going to be less than it was before. Most recently, there was a report that we had from CMHC indicating that there was going to be a downturn in the housing. And so we had our staff review that, and there was modest changes to the forecast in the DC, but we're cognizant of the fact that there is that potential. There's still the potential for a housing bubble, and we're still realistically in our community recovering from what transpired in 2008. So the sub-review committee and the staff, and Mr. Zagaric was a part of it, and the finance staff, they had no objections to the phasing in. They understood, and it was consistent, quite frankly, with how this council has treated development charges in the past. So the phasing in of 0%, 50%, and 100 really does enable the developers to get their budgets together. You can well imagine if you're running a corporation and a development charges changes halfway through your process and it's not budgeted for, it's not included in the housing prices, you haven't accommodated it, and now it's been added as of a specific date, the impact it could have to your budget, and most of us, if we were running private businesses, would be quite concerned about it. Moreover, the homeowners who are purchasing the houses, I think now that the clauses have been written into the agreements, they're going to be calling the councillors wanting to know why there's a significant increase in the DC after they've purchased the home. The phase-in of 6 months really does help forego and mitigate that potential, and then the 50% allows them to budget appropriately on an ongoing basis. So it doesn't cause any hardship to the industry per se, and it is taking us to brand new levels on our DC charges. If you recall, 8 years ago, the discussion was our development charges were the lowest in the province, and we hadn't raised them in quite some time. I was a significant advocate advocate to increasing them, and I really do believe that this is a pragmatic and practical approach to it. And I would also point out that this is, I think, the first time, at least in the 8 years that I've been here, and perhaps longer, where the Home Builders Association are not objecting to the development charge itself. They understand where we are. It's a defensible number. They do have issues with some minor things that our staff are still dealing with, and on the Conservation Authority, you heard their position. So I take great pride in the fact that we got to this point through an in-depth analysis and exchange of information, and it was perhaps painful, and we all had headaches through the process, but in the end, we can defend this document better than any other development charge we've ever put in place, and so I'm proud of that. Thank you.
Councillor Farr, please.
Yeah, a little earlier, Mr. Chairman, I noted that I thought I had heard one of the presenters say that the subcommittee met 4 times. Obviously, that was inaccurate. They did a lot of work over the course of this term, and it's something I think, should I have the privilege of getting a second term representing Ward 2, I would be very interested in being part of in the event. That said, I think the previous speaker made reference to the stakeholder committee recommendations. There's 2 bullets as provided on slide 37, and I would add a third, that staff from planning and economic development and finance coordinate council workshops and consultation commencing in the new term of council. And if that's okay with the other 2 recommendations, I would move that those recommendations at the appropriate time as an amendment.
So I'll come back to you as you've spoken on the issue before putting the motion.
Thank you very much.
Yep, please. I have Councillor McCaddy, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification then. The recommendation that's before us, it does not include alternative 1, right? The phasing in, that'll have to be introduced by someone later on, perhaps. Okay.
Correct.
So I'd want to seek an amendment as well, as I spoke to earlier, and it would apply to item E, which is the partial DC exemption in the downtown CIPA. So the item 1 there is remain at 90% until July of 2015. So we've got a year before that occurs. So I would seek to add, and I'll be open to thoughts on the wording, but something like subject to a report to council providing the rationale for the recommended reduction would be my amendment.
I'll second that.
Okay, I will come back to you on that one as you would indicate. So the order of the amendments will be such: yourself, then Councillor Farr, and then we'll deal with any other ones.
Okay.
Anything further in commentary, Councillor McCaddy?
Well, I was remiss, and I shouldn't be, just to thank Councillor Clark and the committee. I sat on the DC committee previous term of council, and I know it's an awful lot of work. And hats off to Councillor Clark and his committee.
Councillor Jackson, please.
Yeah, just briefly, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I want to thank the Development Charges Stakeholder Subcommittee, and with Councillor Clark as our liaison. Not exactly the most appealing type of work to do, like building a library or something like that, but this is a very important work in terms of the municipality and the revenue forthcoming in the future, as well as being sensitive to the development industry, which provides tremendous amount of employment and taxes and choice. Let's not forget, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the development industry, whether it's an intensification project, whether it's a new growth area project, I have always supported choice in our community in terms of giving home buyers an opportunity, both existing Hamiltonians who may wish to move around our greater city, and or especially as well for newcomers to Hamilton. And we've seen such a migration over the last, I'll say, 10 years plus from the GTA coming to Hamilton because of still overall affordable housing and affordable housing purchases and opportunities here in the city of Hamilton. So as I said earlier, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm trying to always maintain that balance between looking after the overall citizens, the taxpayers of our community, and keeping in mind, I think this term of council has done an outstanding job, averaging around 1.3, 1.4% tax increase overall for the 4 years of this term of council to the everyday taxpayer, but also wanting to try to keep momentum going in the construction industry residential side, because there's thousands of jobs that are employed in that industry, and that industry often is an indicator of how well a municipality or a province or a country is doing. It's one of those indicators that many economists look to and always talk about, the residential construction side. So it's always been a balancing act for me, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I concur with every point Councillor Clark indicated going through the 24 recommendations, and I would also support, in light of my question to Manager Joe Speiler on DCs for the public record, I asked him that does the phasing impact the 14 budget that we already approved and or the 15 budget going forward because of the phased revenues coming in versus all at once this July? And he answered emphatically saying, no, Councillor, it would not negatively or unfavorably impact. So with that in place as well, Mr. Deputy Mayor, at the appropriate time, I'm supportive of the staff report, but with the amendment of the phased-in residential DCs. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. I have no other speakers on it, so I will go to the amendments. Councillor McCaddy, have you finessed an addition to item E?
I think I have, Mr. Chair. To be moved by myself. I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Farr is out of the room, I think, at the moment. So it would be item E, amendment to item E, which speaks to the downtown community improvement plan area. The reductions that are being suggested there, we've got a year before they have to occur. So I would add, subject to a report to AF&A, providing the rationale for the recommended reduction.
Is there a seconder in order to allow that? Second by Marula. Discussion on the amendment. Councillor Johnson first, please, then Councillor Clark.
Thank you. My question to through you, Deputy Mayor, to the mover of this motion, is this the intent to see whether 90% is realistic, or should it be lower or higher or not at all? What is the intent here, please?
Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Johnson. It's simply to get the rationale for the recommendations that are in front of us, so the 90, 85, et cetera, down to the 70% in July of 2019.
Thank you for that. And I just want to, if it's all right with you, Deputy Mayor, is just to confirm with staff what we already found out in our development stakeholders meeting. Through you to Joe Speiler. Joe, can you please confirm why, or Joe or Gary, why these numbers were brought forward? What was the rationale?
Mr. Speiler, please.
This is recommendation through you, Deputy Mayor. Recommendation E. There is a chart, if you will, that looks at the recommendations for lowering the percent of DC exemptions. Can you please enlighten us how this chart came to be? What's the rationale?
Through the chair, recommendation E, you were saying?
Well, recommendation E, it's on page 2 of 25. I'm assuming this is the one that our mover of the motion is asking that it be amended so that remaining at 90% until July the 5th, 2015, when a staff report is coming forward to justify the rest of the reductions or any of the reductions.
Through the chair, yeah. So when staff got together, we discussed a number of options, whether we do the phase-in right away, a full 30% immediately, or we looked at different percentages, and we're really basing our the information. It was an internal staff meeting, and I guess their discussions and their activities with the development community over the past couple of years, whether or not a partial reduction in that exemption could exist, and that's basically what we settled on as based on the information that Economic and Development Department had at the time. That's the option that we chose.
Okay, so thank you. So through you, Deputy Mayor, to Joe, it wasn't formal studies, it was asking other stakeholders, economic development, our Hamilton-Halton Home Builders Association, correct? That was all the stakeholders that were, yeah, I'm so sorry, the Triple H. So they were all asked, and everybody came up with this chart in front of us today?
Through the chair, that was the best option that was picked. We didn't go out and conduct a formal study by a consulting firm that specialized in the market analysis or anything like that.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, because I was not here when SEPA was actually instigated in the first place. Was there always that intent that it would eventually be pulled back, or was it just to be there forever in the day, the zero exemption?
Through the chair, it's up to council's discretion as to when they want to relook at a policy like this, and the intent never was to keep it in place forever.
Forever in the day. Okay, thank you for that, Deputy Mayor.
So just before I go to Councillor Clark, I just need clarity on your intentions, Councillor. I've got some conflicting intentions. So the recommendation here is that the grid would continue, but you just want a report to go to AF&A with the rationale. It would not hold this up. Or is what you're proposing is the grid would not proceed until a report has been provided. So can you just help us with clarity on what your intentions are, please?
Yeah, so I'd like to make it as easy as possible. So if it makes sense for the bylaw to be passed in its entirety today in a very positive way, that we actually understand it, there's no question marks.
Correct.
Or things left hanging, pass it as is, but that a report to AFA providing the rationale, and at that point, this will be the future term of council, I suspect, by the time that comes back. If they are unclear on the rationale or believe the rationale is not sound, then they may wish to change it before the change occurs in July 2015. My concern today is in asking Joe, and pretty unfair to ask Joe, the staff lead was Glenn Norton and Neil Everson. Neither one of them are here today. And rather than just sort of a staff meeting on this, this has been a very important project or policy for the city, for City Council over the last number of years. If we're going to change it, I think we need a staff report outlining the rationale. And I'm hearing that there is rationale to change it. I just want it in a report format, so there's no question that this was just a discussion by staff, and we don't really know for sure, the position of the banks and all the reasons we put the CIP in place to begin with. We want to make sure we understand why the change is possible now.
So with the assistance of our legislative clerk, I'm suggesting that section E needs to be kind of hived out in two areas. Number one is the recommendation as we see it, parts I through V be approved, and then perhaps an additional one where you say is that staff provide a report on the rationale for the thing as information to the AF&A committee.
That's fine, Mr. Chair, whichever way that works, and then of course the AFA can react to that when they have it in front of them.
If they so wish.
Council afterwards.
Correct. Okay, so sorry, I've got Councillor Clark and then Councillor Partridge. Thank you for the clarity.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Mr. Murray a question with regards to item E?
Certainly.
Assuming there was discussion at SMT. So, Mr. Norton and Mr. Everson, they work for you. Were there discussions about this, and what was SMT's response?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, there was not I don't recall there being a specific discussion about E. I think overall we were discussing the direction of the development charges bylaw that's in front of us, so I don't have a particular opinion from Mr. Davis or Zagaric or Neil. I think just if I can, to the question that was asked previously, I think the understanding was, as mentioned, that we were at some point certainly going to start to reduce the benefit that's applied to this area, and so I have a lot of confidence, obviously, in Mr. Norton, Mr. Everson to have the pulse of that area of Hamilton in their mind. If it needs to be written out in black and white as to why they think the number makes sense, then I'm not surprised by it. I'm not I think it's consistent with what we understood was going to happen in the area. There's no question there is, a fair amount of development occurring in the area, unlike we've seen in the past. So it was not a question of if, it was more or less a question of when was the drawdown going to, or the increases or decreases going to be addressed. And so I can just say as city manager, I don't see any great surprise here.
Okay, and to get clarification through you, Mr. Chairman, so is the intent simply to get an information report? Because this is actually our DC bylaw. This is how we develop that. So if it's an information report separate from this document, and
correct,
I'm fine with that, because you're going to hear in terms of all the staff in terms of what their positions were. But if it's embedded in this document, I'm not wanting to embed something in the document that can then be appealed. Right now, we've got pretty much agreement on what's here moving forward. So if it's a separate information report, I'd be happy with that, and then the 2015 council can deal with it accordingly. So if that's the intent, and I'm looking to the mover and to the chairman.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of concerned here where this is going, Mr. Chair, and I'm fine in terms of process. I don't want to hold up the DC bylaw. My point is, there's a real lack of accountability and transparency on this particular issue. There were discussions at the staff level. Staff are not elected politicians, and they decided that it was okay to remove or to decrease the support from the CIP program. They could very well be right. But we don't have the rationale in front of us to make that decision. Moreover, we don't have the rationale that we can take to others who are watching or have felt that the CIP has been important over the years. Some might say, you know what, I don't agree. I think it's absolutely still needed. I don't know whether that's going to come forward or not. But this is a really high-profile city program, which we're changing now without a staff report. That is a problem. So I'm fine with, we've got that 1 year period before it actually comes into play, so I'm fine with passing the DC bylaw in the way that item E is written today. I just want to register my extreme concern that we're doing so without a staff report supporting that rationale. I asked the questions in open session a moment ago, and Joe said it was primarily a Neil Everson, Glenn Norton lead. They're not here today to explain that. I don't have the rationale in front of me, so it makes me nervous. So I'm fine to have a separate report come back, information report to AFNA to address the rationale.
So why do we not encumber item E as it is, and I will get a supplementary motion from you after we've dealt with this? I mean, in its totality. Is that fine with you? Okay. I have Councillor Partridge, I have the mayor, and then back to you. Yep. Okay. Councillor Partridge, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate it being removed from this actual recommendation. You know, we have to take a decision, and we've been working on this, been working very hard, very respectful of the staff input on this, as well as our stakeholders and consultants that we've been using. And there's been an awful lot of, an awful lot of work, and we have a 25-page report in front of us. So the work, the work is here. There's a lot of information here. Our subcommittee worked incredibly hard on it to pull the information together. A lot of hours, a lot of documents, let me tell you, that we went through. And I think, we need to respect that process, but I also don't think we should dither on this. We got to make our minds up. And, we're going to discuss it around the table and be decisive. And those are my comments. I just think we need to vote on this.
Mayor Bertina, please.
Thanks to the committee work, it's not the most exciting thing, but with respect to the committee, I actually read through that giant document.
Yeah, yes.
And within here are some phenomenal things, and all you have to do is look at page 9 of 25 to see how things have developed. Very briefly, Mr. Chair, when I decided I wanted to get into municipal politics, it was because of the downtown. The story headlines at the time were, "Lament for a downtown, rotting in the core." The simplest way to analyze the change in the development charges is property values. They're 5 and 10 times what they were 10 years ago. This is an evolutionary, proper, well-documented. Maybe there's some specifics that are missing, but we need to go forward with this, and I'm quite happy to support what's before us.
Okay. So, Councillor McCaddy, I will come you back to the end for that supplementary motion, Councillor. Farr, you indicated you wish to make an amendment to a particular item or an addition.
An addition. So I'll let the clerk determine where to insert accordingly. Maybe it's a new S, a new T, and a new U, but on page 37 of the slide presentation, as defined by the DC Stakeholder Committee recommendations, the first bullet is that staff be directed to undertake an engineering cost analysis of water, wastewater, and stormwater systems in the 6 downtown corridors to assist in the next development charge review and provide a clear timeline path. Next is that staff be directed to consult with the Hamilton-Halton Home Builders Association to develop guidelines and criteria for annual projects. And then what I have added to those 2 recommendations is that staff from Planning and Economic Development and Finance coordinate council workshops and consultation commencing in the new term of council to provide details, and I've just added this to be more clear on the engineering analysis and how that plays out. And that'll be seconded by Councillor Clark.
That was quick. I'm sure we all heard exactly what you said in detail. Does the clerk have that?
She does.
Okay. Councillor Clark, please. Was there a seconder to the motion? Councillor Clark, thank you.
I will second it gladly. The engineering study, we had already met with staff and talked about how we needed to scope it, and so a part of that was going to be a public consultation process to understand very clearly we need to look at the geographical boundaries, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done before the engineering study. So if we could just add to it that would start immediately after the new council, because we can't wait 2 years to have this process be undertaken. So we just need to make sure that this process starts immediately with the new council being inaugurated. Thank you.
So I'll add that, Mr. Chair, to the 3rd bullet then, commencing immediately upon the new term of council. Immediately with the new term of council. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Anyone? All's in favor? Carried. Opposed? The motion's carried. Perhaps the clerk can just assist us in how we finesse Councillor McCaddy's suggestion.
Through the chair, what I would suggest is with subsection E, we could divide it up and make an E1, Roman numeral 1, which would be the existing recommendation E in its entirety. And then there would be a subsection E, Roman numeral 2, which would read Councillor McCaddy's amendment. And I would also suggest including that the report be presented back to AFNA prior to the implementation of the reduction from 90% to 85%, which the date is July 5th of 2015, so the report would have to be before the committee before July 5th of 2015.
I guess the question is, I guess the little pushback is what you suggested, that creates a condition for moving ahead, or is it meant to be the intention as to when the report needs to come back to AFNA? Because they're similar but dissimilar items. I believe the intention of the vast majority was separate motion. We'll deal with it in a separate motion.
Together?
Okay. Okay. Any further amendments, anyone? Councillor Clark,
Thank
please.
you. We need to move that the staff include a notation with regards to the development charge for the conservation authorities so that it's clear and enunciated. I don't want it left unsaid. We agree around the room that pending the Halton Conservation Authority appeal, that we will actually make the final decision on our DC. So this incorporates the fact that if the appeal is lost and the Conservation Authority moves forward, our DC moves forward. If the appeal is won by the stakeholders and the DC is rejected, then we have to repeal ours and refund the money. So there needs to be that. It has to be in writing, so just making clear of that. So I'd have to move that.
Yeah, that would be that's a separate one because I don't see it.
No, it's not, and I'm looking to Mr. Speiler. There was an indication in the report in terms of a note, but we need to make sure that it's in the document.
Through the chair, so it was the last slide in the presentation, and
So I'm going to treat that as a supplementary motion?
Yeah, so it's well, it has to be attached to this bylaw, but it's in a notation to the DC bylaw with the pending resolution. So that last section is exactly the wording that we would require.
Okay.
So I would move that, and Councillor Jackson.
Second by Councillor Jackson. On that motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The motion's carried.
Thank you. And the last amendment would be the actual phase-in, which is option 1. And that would be the 0% in the first 6 months, 50% of the DC in the second year, and then 100% from there. And we've spoken to the item, and everyone has agreement around the stakeholder committee anyways in terms of the reasons for doing this. And we've heard very clearly from our staff that there isn't an immediate impact to the levy or other costs.
Can I just get a seconder to your motion, please? Councillor Partridge. Okay. Speaking to it, Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to make it clear for the record that I'll support that change with the understanding that there's zero impact, zero financial impact on the city, whether it be the levy, the rate budget. The money's not brought in are negligible and will have no substantive impact on the city. That's what I heard from staff. So that's an important thing to note.
I'll get Mr. Speiler to either confirm or otherwise. Well, I'm asking him. Okay. Mr. Speiler?
through the chair, short term, that is correct.
Short term. Okay, on the motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The motion's carried. I've got a couple of just ones logistically that we need to do. Item U would then be changed to say that the DC bylaw attached here to us, Appendix B, be passed as amended. That's a housekeeping. And the second one, and under item V, the wording would be that no further public meetings be required with respect to the 2014 DC bylaw. Are we okay with those housekeeping ones?
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. And to be clear, the appeal period would start after the council ratifies the DC. Okay?
Correct. So could somebody move those two housekeeping amendments? Councillor Johnson, Councillor Partridge, all those in favor? Carried. We done our Councillor McCaddy, I think it was a supplementary. Okay, so let's deal with this as amended overall, and then I'll come back to you for the supplementary. So on a motion to approve 7.1 as amended, all those in favor? Carried. Opposed? Unanimously supported by committee. Councillor McCarthy, please.
Mr. Chair, I guess it would read, in the matter of the partial DC exemption in the Downtown Hamilton Community Improvement Plan area, or SEPA, that a staff report go to AF&A, providing the rationale for the recommended reduction, and that report arrive to AF&A prior to July of 2015.
Your seconder on the motion. Bars, speaking to it. Councillor Clark.
Just a quick comment. I have no problem with it going forward. I want to stress, I heard earlier that this decision was not transparent or accountable. It was the epitome of transparent and accountable. The meetings were public. The public were invited. The staff report came in. The discussion occurred at that committee. That we followed the process all the way down the line. If the councillor is wanting further clarification on the rationale, then by all means we can seek that. But I don't want it to look to the public as though the job wasn't done. The job was done. Senior management team supported this. Our economic development people were consulted. There was no hanky-panky here. So the terminology that it wasn't transparent and accountable really leaves that hanging out there, and that's not the case at all. So I just want to make it clear that I'm very proud of the work that was done, and it was 100% above board and transparent.
Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank Councillor Clark and the chairman of our subcommittee for his very succinct comments, because that certainly was the case. Through you, Mr. Chair, can I just clarify that this report that's being requested, that's going to be coming back in the new term of council, will there be any opportunity to open up this bylaw and change anything that we vote on today? Through you to either clerks or to staff, please.
I mean, I can give you my answer, but I'll go to
Mr. Chairman, I'll hear.
I mean, council has always got the discretion to do whatever it wishes. So, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, but, you know, without seeing the written document in front of me, I'm pretty confident staff will be able to support why it is we're moving in this direction. So I don't expect there's going to be a great change, so.
Okay, I just, you know, we went through so much work, and there was complete cooperation and support for this part of it through economic development and planning and Glen Norton downtown, Neil Everson, and I'm always hesitant just to get, you know, put more work on top of staff when you really don't need to have more work put on your backs. So, you know, perhaps, Mr. Chairman, I think Joe Speiler wanted to make a comment as well, and I would appreciate that, because I'm uneasy about this.
Mr. Speiler?
Through the chair, I just had a question for clarification regarding the phase-in option. Is that just for the residential development charges, or does it include the industrial increase also?
We've passed the recommendation. What's being questioned now is a report back for the rationale as to why you came up with the reduced phase-in for the SEPA component. That's the report.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about, and I thought you might want to comment on that. I wasn't, you know, on council when SEPA was passed and brought in, and I'm hearing clearly that the intent is not to keep it going on forever and a day, and so I'm uneasy about the motion that's being proposed. Thank you.
So just building on the comment, there's always the possibility that a new council, as long as it's not dealt with within the same term of council, can be changed. The issue with this thing is the DC, when it's brought into effect, is basically in place for the 5-year term subject to the review. So there's a number of rules of engagement that would allow the opportunities to have it reopened. I think the intentions are, it's an information report, and if it's to reopen things, it could be reopened at a future time, but there's rules of engagement with regards to the approval of a bylaw as it relates to the DCs and the 5-year period that's applicable to it. Did somebody else want to speak to it? I don't see anybody rushing to do it. Councillor Farr, please.
Yeah, thank you, and I thank the mover happily seconding this separate motion. I did have, as I stated earlier, opportunities to speak with Mr. Speiler on a few occasions prior to today's very important presentation, and as well as urban renewal staff, particularly Glen Norton, who I meet with regularly, quite obviously, and as it relates to what is before us, I did walk away from this specific conversation, Mr. Chairman, with a good feeling of confidence That again was confirmed here today by our new General Manager of Planning and Economic Development, Mr. Thorne. But having a tangible document prior to this reduction, I think, is prudent. We have had heard in recent past here in this term of council that, things like banks not financing projects in the downtown or at how hard it is and basically bang for the buck comments from major developers with respect to what they can charge for a condo in Toronto compared to what you can charge for one in downtown Hamilton, yet cement prices are still the same. Those kinds of things, I think, definitely should, I think it's prudent to have prior to seeing the reduction. And as it relates to the CIPAs, we should probably consider, in terms of the workload, I think there's a lot that's already been done, and it was previously mentioned, you're piling on to the ECDEP staff. I think a lot of it would probably already be just files that need to be pulled, but consider what those current developers that have put hundreds of millions of dollars into our core currently and in this term and previous, and what they have stated on what led them to make these very considerable investments that benefit all of us in the city of Hamilton. It's the incentives that they comment on and how those incentives were the catalyst and the key to bring them to making these very significant developments. So I think definitely a report prior to the implementation in 2016 is prudent, and I very much support it. Thank you.
So Councillor Clark, and then going to close with comments from Councillor McCaddy, please. Councillor Clark?
So I would want to make it clear this report was given to the councillors a week ago. I don't recall receiving any emails or requests for the background information on the decision and with the recommendation. So it would have been helpful had we had that here, and we could have actually broadened out what's written on page 19 of 25 with regards to the phase out of the downtown Hamilton SEPA exemption. It's important to stress that, again, there was full consideration, and it was a council directive for us to consider for the phasing out of the SEPA. So our staff only did what we asked them to do. So if we want to go backwards, that's fine, but we gave them that request to move forward with it and come back with a options on phasing out. That's what they did. And we're moving forward accordingly. So, as I said, I'm fine with getting the background documents. Our staff have the information. They can very clearly indicate exactly what precipitated this. But I don't like the inference that that homework wasn't done, or that there was something going on behind the scenes. It was very transparent. All of the information was there, and we worked our buns off to make sure that this document was in the hands of council and the public ahead of schedule, so that there was no inference that they got the document at the last minute and they couldn't read it all. Thank you.
Councillor McCaddy, and then I'm going to the vote.
So, Mr. Chair, I think it's unfortunate that the committee members felt that my comments were directed at them, and they felt defensive in their response. My comment about accountability and transparency was simply that if we're going to make a change to a program that's been lots of money involved in this program, lots of projects, the core of the downtown, which is a large area that we're trying to raise the value of right across the city. If there's changes being made to that, I simply ask for a written report, rather than all the discussions to occur at a subcommittee of council. And I don't believe there is a report just on this issue, the rationale. If there was, I wouldn't need to ask for it. So, I have no problem with this program being reduced in the way that's being discussed here. I'm simply asking for the information to come forward. And at some point we've got to take the politics out of this. And if I know there's concern with the support of the downtown by some members of council. That's not the discussion here, and that's not what needs to occur here. I'm simply, believe it or not, asking for information. It's not a capital P. I want to save the downtown program, or my dead body is the downtown program going to be reduced. That's not what I'm doing here today. Sometimes around this table we actually ask for information because we want it. We want the information, not so we can make hay or make a case or run off with a report to various constituents or whoever might be interested in that. That's all I'm asking for today. Thanks.
On the motion, all those in favor? Carried. Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you to your Councillor Clark. Thank you to your committee. Thank you to staff. I'm going to absent myself from the chair. Councillor Pearson's going to take over. I'm going to absent myself for about 10 minutes. And Councillor Pearson will continue the agenda on 8.1, the Civic Gateway. Reminder, 2 o'clock is the annual meeting of HUC will take place. So all of us as the shareholders are required to be here at 2 o'clock for the meeting. We will recess this, do HUC, and then resume GIC. Councillor Pearson, thank you.
Okay, members of committee, we have item 8.1 is an information report that's in response to the direction that was provided to staff to bring back additional information with respect to the report. This is on the Civic Gateway study. Are there any questions? Councillor McAdie.
Madam Chair, I just wondered if we could ask staff to update us on what they have been working on since this was before us last time. We certainly expressed some concern about the cost involved. There was some discussion about whether we could work with the Ministry of Transportation on the location. I think the general direction was that we were interested in reducing the cost and/or finding other ways to do it that wouldn't result in the levy having to cover the $230,000 cost. Has there been any members of the public in Hamilton have come forward with offers of funding, for example, or in-kind services? Any other interesting options before us today, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll turn to Andrew.
Through you, Madam Chairman. Yes, Council's directions was for us to look at some cost-saving strategies. So we've come up with five cost-saving strategies, which were presented in our information report today. In particular, to your question regarding partnerships, we have been working with Laura Babcock and as well as with Councillor Farr through some of his guidance, and we are investigating potential partnerships. Laura has made some preliminary contact with some of the businesses and companies, but it's really waiting for Council's support of this initiative before putting herself on the line and making formal contact requesting funding.
Yeah, well, that sounds positive. Sounds like we have made some. The reason I'm looking at my BlackBerry, Madam Chair, is I just received an email update from Laura Babcock, and she's identifying one organization in particular, a fabrication shop, which is interested in making an in-kind contribution. I've just got this now, and we've been paying attention to the DC discussion, so I don't know what it says or the substantive nature of it. So I will forward this to staff for them to follow up on. They're already aware of the fabrication shop. Maybe Councillor Farr believes staff already know this opportunity. Maybe just a little bit more information if they're aware of it. Madam Chair, please.
So through you, Madam Chair, yes, we did receive that email from Laura Babcock just earlier this morning. We've also received similar emails from other fabrication shops and other services in the community that would be interested in participating in the program. We've also been working with our legal services and our procurement team to make sure that we dot all our I's and cross all our T's in terms of city policies.
Great stuff. So, Madam Chair, just through you to Andrew, just to clarify what you're looking for today, and the recommendation is approval of the recommendation, so you can carry on the discussions that you have been undertaking, and perhaps secure some of those offers of assistance in more detail, so we've got some sense as to exactly how this can be done on a low-cost basis. Just to clarify, Madam Chair, to Andrew.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. The second report on the agenda, 8.2, refers to the original recommendations we brought forward at last committee. So those recommendations would stand, and staff's intent is to do everything we can to find some cost-saving strategies as highlighted in the info report we have in front of us as item 8.1, and then report back with any savings as we develop them through the process.
So, Madam Chair, happy to support that, and thanks to Andrew for his work on this. Thanks to Laura Babcock and others who have stepped forward to assist in getting the Civic Gateway in place. So I guess at the appropriate time, it sounds like 8.2 is the report that would allow us to move ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I didn't hear if somebody else tinkled their glass. Seeing no other speakers on this, sorry, Councillor Farr.
Very quickly thank Laura Babcock, and you see the history of the Gateway study and Power Group Communications and the Time for Sign campaign. I don't need to reiterate in detail all that's gone on there, but I think it was a good time for it, particularly with a very big year for this city coming up in 2015, and the significance of having a gateway signage is particularly the location identified in 8.2.
Thank you, Councillor. And now, since we've exhausted no more questions on the report, may I have a motion to receive report PW 14044A, moved by Councillor Farr, Councillor by Councillor Johnson. All in favor? Thank you. And members of committee, item 8.2 is the initial report that was referred back to committee by council on May 14th, and I'm just going to turn to the clerk. I'm assuming we just need to have a motion to approve the recommendations contained in that, and to note that subsection E is a recommendation to have this item removed from the outstanding business list. I have a mover, seconder, Councillor Morrow, Councillor Jackson.
So,
Moved
Madam
and seconded, and now
No,
you can,
yes.
You're seconding
Yes, sure.
it to put
Yep.
on the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
So, Madam Deputy Mayor, just in light of Councillor Bacatti's good question, so E, if we're removing it, maybe through you to the clerk, if we're removing it, but we heard from Mr. Grice that still opportunities to offset and mitigate the cost to the taxpayer might hopefully be still forthcoming. Is E still in order procedurally then to remove it? Because I just thought Madam Deputy Mayor would still keep it on the outstanding business list. Through you to Carolyn, please.
No, the item that is on the outstanding business list currently is specific to this report. So if there is any additional information expected to come back, then there would be a new item placed on the outstanding business list with the specifics of what the new request would be.
So how do I get, so Madam Deputy Mayor, help me please. How do I, if E is in order based on 8.2, so be it. But with additional information, hopefully coming back to maybe mitigate some of the $230,000 cost, how do we get that embedded in what we're approving today through you?
That could either be done by motion as a direction to staff, have a report come back, or staff will automatically report back if there are any further cost mitigations.
Carolyn, I appreciate your professionalism and advice. In my little layman's mind, can we just maybe delete E for now, and then that way it keeps it as an outstanding business item with the report back by Andrew, or I'll look to you for your leadership, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Well, just for clarification, Madam Clerk, item 8.1 is the one that is the direction today for staff. That's the report, the first one. So is that the one we can leave on as the outstanding business list? So actually, we just need to change that it's not.
No, we received that.
Is that?
Item that is currently on the outstanding business list now for this report would come off because the item 8.2 is the report that was requested from that outstanding business item. If you want, if the committee wishes to have another report come back with cost mitigation, then it would be a staff direction to come back at the appropriate time, and it would require a mover and seconder to be placed on the outstanding business list.
So thanks, Carolyn. Okay, so to get on with 8.2, not to lose sight of what Andrew said about coming back, I'll second if Councillor McKay wishes to move a separate motion after 8.2 to say staff are still going to report back on hopeful mitigation costs. Thank you very much.
Okay. Did I have Councillor Morrow? Did I recognize? Because I had two hands going in here. I didn't know. No, okay. Councillor Clark.
I just need some clarification then. So did we approve item 8.1 at that GIC meeting, or did we refer it back for a report back? I was under the impression we had referred it back. So we still haven't decided to move forward on the gateway.
and I heard that we were receiving 8.2. Well, we have to make a decision on 8.2. So I'm trying to understand exactly where we are.
If I recall correctly through the chair, item 8.2, which is currently in the agenda, was presented at the last council meeting. At the council meeting of May 14th, I believe, staff was directed to come back with additional information, which is now contained in item 8.1. So 8.1 is the supplementary report, which was just received by the committee, and 8.2, which was the original report, is now before the committee for consideration.
And because, so we still haven't actually approved the expenditure. Really? All right, because I don't see it in the motion. I don't see any of the costs in it, and I don't see the cost-saving mechanism, so I'd like to know what we're actually approving. Well, I just heard that 8.2 was done in May, and 8.1 is before us today. 8.2 was a referral to get a report back. 8.1 is the report that's before us. I'm reading 8.1, I don't see approval of the expenditure. That was an 8.2, and we didn't deal with it. We referred it back.
Madam Clerk or Andrew, I'm going to ask. Directions given in item 8.1 today for staff to go and continue to work on this. Am I not correct in the understanding here? I don't think we're approving any final dollars because we don't know any final dollars at the current time, correct?
I'm clarifying.
Yes,
exactly.
Exactly.
It says continue work and come back, in essence, with the numbers, because we have not approved the expenditure as of yet.
So through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure if I'll be able to provide clarity, but I'll do my best to attempt. So you're correct. We reported back with what you see in front of you of 8.1 as our cost mitigation strategies. The recommendations that are before you in item 8.2 is what we're looking for approval to proceed. We have indicated we will report back regularly or through information updates, whatever is the preferred by committee, with those cost savings as they roll in.
So we need to approve both, or at least have a vote on both. On one, the cost-saving measures is 8.1. On the other one, we never did finalize the decision to proceed with the procurement. Correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct, yes.
Okay.
Councillor Jackson.
Madam Deputy Mayor, E-part, I just, with all due respect to our legislative assistant, under 8.2, this is to move forward on approving the project. And B-part is saying where the money will currently come from if we're moving ahead without any mitigation measures. If Councillor McCaddy wishes to amend the E, instead of removing it from the outstanding business list, to simply say, and that in E, something to the wording of, that the cost mitigation initiatives still undertaken by staff as reported in item 8.1 be brought back to committee for further discussion. Something to that effect, I think, would capture everything. The project moves forward, and it's still in front of us that staff are going to report back. That's what I would humbly suggest. Thank you.
So with committee's indulgence, I'll turn to Councillor McCaddy for the amendment.
So, Madam Chair, it would be precisely what Councillor Jackson said. We would be a new item E that acknowledges the information that was shared with us in item 8.1 today. I guess we would refer to the number PW 14044A was the report number. Rather than just referring it to item 8.1, and that staff continue to report back on the measures being taken to reduce the cost of the project.
Moved and seconded. Councillor Johnson, question?
Yeah, just a quick question through you, Deputy Mayor, to Andrew. Andrew, if the new amendment comes in, it's to basically ask you to continue finding cost savings for this sign. But if we were to pass this today, we're in essence passing $230,000 expenditure for the sign, because worst case scenario is we may never find the cost savings, correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, it is possible that we may not find cost savings through partnerships. We've already identified some things internally, which are contained within 14044A. Environmental Services through Craig Murdoch has stepped up and is willing to plant the trees. So we are seeing some other cost saving measures. We can't quantify what that adds up to now, because until we go through everything, we won't know what that total bill is.
Okay, so the short answer through you to Andrew is we are really basically approving $230,000 today for a sign. We'll find the cost savings hopefully down the road. We're seeing some of it right now. We just can't quantify it, but right now we're approving $230,000 for one sign, correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. I would like to be recorded as opposed, please. I think my concern from the very beginning was that this was going to be absolutely ridiculous cost. When we thought initially when this first came in, it was going to be $50,000, maybe less. Until I see the numbers, I'm not comfortable with this number. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Farr, then Councillor Marula.
Thank you, and through you to Andrew, just quickly, and then I'll have a very brief comment. Just on the comment on legal and our procurement policy, in the event that some of the things we're hearing in the community are local folks that can help us out and that are willing to step up, and we've heard, I think, from 2 or 3 and one again today, who are interested, and this is informally, of course, still not set in stone, but we're going to hopefully approve here today moving forward and having a more serious conversation. In the brief discussions with legal and taking into account procurement policy, would council have an opportunity to have the final say in the event we can find a greatly mitigated cost because of a local partnership, notwithstanding that, how we tender out projects? Through you to Andrew.
Through you, Madam Chairman, if I'm understanding correctly, I think we can report back with the tender price. I don't think that's a problem from us. We can proceed with our design, look at all our cost mitigation strategies, and we can come back with that final number for council approval. I don't see a problem with that. Subject, obviously, to our purchasing policy.
How about this then? Through you, Chair, you're going to continue to have conversations with those in the community who have already gotten in touch with some very involved citizens, but also staff that are interested in doing this work on a pro bono basis then. You're going to continue that conversation?
We are going to continue that with those who have already approached us, but also people who haven't approached us yet. Laura will be going out and soliciting input from her contacts as well.
This is a tough one. It's a bit hypothetical and as a follow-up. But in your estimation, given the interest that you've seen being the front person on our PW staff, Andrew, charged with this project, and knowing that you have to be responsible and maintain the total amount as included in B of our recommendation before us today, are you feeling confident that we will be able to mitigate the costs? Through you, Chair.
Through you, Madam Chairman, through my meetings with Laura Babcock, I have nothing but the most respect for her and her ability, and I am confident that she will come up with some savings. And I think internally, through our design process, staff could also come up with some additional potential savings.
Glad you mentioned that, because I want to thank Craig and our forestry team. I did suggest for some time, dealing with this issue, that we might be able to get away with an in-house result or project as a result, and we did find at least one department that is willing to step up and create at least the backdrop for the 4 presentations that were before us on the actual design. So I appreciate that, and I'm supportive of the recommendations here before us today. Like any other city along the major corridors, and particularly with the major events coming to Hamilton, this location on the 403 Highway 6 interchange area is, I think, key. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Marula, then Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And let me start off by saying that I'm going to remain, really, from my perspective, if you drive it, a natural landscape that really doesn't need any diversion from a perceptual perspective. So it makes no sense to spend this type of money for something that really, from my perspective, is redundant. There's already a sign if people are, and I know I heard people saying how beautiful it is there, and just remind people where they are. There's a sign just prior to that the province erected, which reads Hamilton with our population. So if it's just about having people understand where they're situated geographically, I think most people are aware of that as they drive into town. But if they're not, there's a sign already that exists that highlights that fact. So having said that, this is all about dollars and cents. And frankly, it doesn't make sense. Therefore, let's not spend the dollars. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson and Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you. And I too just want to, for the last word, I'm not against the concept of this whatsoever. I'm really just opposing the amount of money. It's great that the staff is going after some partnerships, but I would rather feel more comfortable if I saw those partnerships with my hot little hands. I want to see the dollars and cents before I'm able to just say, here's a $230,000 check, let's go, and if you can get it less, hallelujah. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm not against the concept. I'm just not comfortable approving a $230,000 check right now because that's the upset limit and that's where it could go to. So I'd like to see the plan in place first, and that's why I'm opposing it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Powers first time, then Councillor Clark.
I was like a couple of my colleagues that voted against it, not because of the intentions as there, where it was going to be or what it was going to be, but certainly the expenditure of money. And I think what we're perhaps trying to do is approve a motion on the fly. If there's some way we can kind of wrap our head around it between now and the council meeting to come up with something that might be much more acceptable for us to buy in. I believe there are economies of scale that are out there. The offers have been made there, whether it's donations or services in kind or materials in kind, whatever the case is, can bring it down. But we've had the confirmation is, this is the upset limit that we're prepared to, that some of you are prepared to invest in. I'm not one of them. So, do what you wish today, but I'm hoping that in the interim we can get additional information between now and council of next week, and that will assist in some of us coming more on side.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark, then Councillor McCaddy.
Thank you. I'm not sure exactly where this is going to finally end up, but I'm reading the document, and the document talks about an RFP, so I want to be clear. If the RFP is being issued, will this council have the opportunity to say no if the costs are higher than the $230,000? Because judging by what's being spent on other municipalities, this keep up with the Joneses for your gateway to the city is getting pretty expensive. So can I just get verification? Can we reserve the right as a council to say no if the RFP costs come back in and they're higher than the 230?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, Councillor, we can take that as a direction. Certainly, at the time of tender, when we got actual firm price results, we can bring that information back to council and give council the final decision in that regard. I'm just a bit hesitant. I know there is a desire to reduce prices at this point. We are working within the MTO area. It is their lands. It is subject to MTO approval. That is why we're hesitant at this point, even though we're getting some comments from potential price reductions. We want to get a firm response from the MTO to better understand where the project will end up.
And to that end, I'm also cognizant that the motion deals with 3 other gateway areas in the city. So do we know the permit fees that the MTO is charging on these and what all the issues are there? Because they do charge to proceed with this.
Through Madam Chair, I don't know the MTO permit fee off the top of my head. It's not a substantial amount, though.
Okay, well, it's helpful if we actually know the numbers. Do we know what the MTO policies are with regards to signage that's already existing on the highways for the former municipalities? Have we finally got an agreement from them that there can be a sign for the city of Hamilton and leaving the historical signs of the former municipalities in place, or are they still insisting that the former signs for the municipalities be removed?
Through you, Madam Chairman, MTO is at this point standing by their policy, which dictates that only one gateway feature per highway per direction.
Okay, and so I guess my concerns still come out of the fact that, you know, we're making great haste to do this, and I understand the concern about the Pan Am Games coming in. There's going to be ample signage along the 400 series highways from Toronto Pan Am. I'm just concerned that we're going quickly to try and satisfy the concerns of a few with regards to this one gateway, and it has to be more of a holistic policy. If we're going to look at gateways, there's 4 that we have to look at. We should know the costs on the 4. We should know what the permit fees are on the 4. We should know what the province is going to allow, and we should have those discussions, because I can tell you there'll be a small fight in Stony Creek if the Stony Creek gateway is going to be removed and a Hamilton gateway is to be added, and we have tried to avoid those fights, and we've had those discussions with 2 ministers now. I know I spoke to 2 of them about it in the past with regards to other municipalities that were regional in nature and also municipal in nature, so I'm really not comfortable on the one-off. We should be dealing with it more formally.
Councillor McCaddy.
So, Madam Chair, I think this is sort of one of those chicken and egg situations where there's an interest in perhaps in many folks in doing the gateway at Highway 403 and Highway 6, but a lot of discomfort almost all the way around the table on the cost. At the same time, there's a suggestion of some in-kind contributions, perhaps substantial, from the community. So I wonder if I can ask through you to Chris Murray. Chris, I think you've been hearing the conversation, and just wondering if you have any suggestions as to how to get to a resolution on this. Perhaps we refer this to council or something like that, or even to the next GIC, one left in June, to try and get a little more meat on the bones of the contributions from others to reduce the $230,000 cost. We need some help, I guess, to get where we want to go, or where some of us want to go.
Through you, Madam Chairman, you're right. I think there's still some time left in order to chase down who might be in a position to help us in terms of deferring the cost. So if that is obviously committee's wish, I can certainly put my effort behind it and supporting staff and what they've done so far, but see what we can do before this term of council is out. So if you want to give me that direction, I'll sit down with Rob and staff and turn my mind to helping you.
Madam Chair, I think probably the best bet is to refer this item 8.2 before us back to staff for a report at the next GIC, whatever the date is, the 2nd June GIC, and that it really, the focus of the work is to firm up the in-kind contributions of the support from others and the conversation with MTO on this location. And report back so we actually know how much money we're into and whether there's a significant mitigation that we can see and perhaps support.
Okay, the clerk's just clarifying that the June 18th agenda is quite intensive, and in order to get this back on, it might be a bit difficult, so she's recommending that we maybe go to the July GIC. Do we know what date that GIC is? I'm not sure. The July 7th, that we refer to the July GIC.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's fine. I guess it was just the Pan Am boogeyman in terms of timing, but a couple weeks later shouldn't matter, I wouldn't imagine.
And I'm just through to staff if I can, Andrew, this doesn't preclude you from continuing to work on getting all the information and the MTO information, et cetera, or Mr. Murray?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chairman, it doesn't preclude us from doing that, and, buys us a little bit more time to see, who the potential allies might be out there. I know Laura Babcock is working on some possibilities. I mean, we have our own maybe ideas as to who we might be able to contact. So I think, for your benefit and the community that's interested in this, I mean, putting a more shoulder into it over the next few weeks and coming back in July, I mean, we'll have what we have. We'll do our best. I can't guarantee you success here because we're working hard to try and do it, so.
Okay, thank you. Then Councillor McCaddy, I'll turn to you for the referral.
Yeah, so I'd refer 8.2 to the July GIC with the direction being to firm up the in-kind support, the alternative ways to cost out this project with a goal of reducing that $230,000 figure as low as possible in terms of city funding being contributed.
And Councillor Farr seconding that. All in favor? Sorry, to speak to it, Councillor Farr?
Just to speak to it briefly, and this will be round 3, and I really want to emphasize between the first time we brought this forward and now, nothing has occurred, and I think rightly there's some prudent arguments on the other side that the cost is too high, just that it's important staff really get the message here, and the reference to the chicken and the egg was a good one to begin the diatribe by Ward 1's McCaddy just moments ago, because we definitely need to focus on the task at hand, which is quite obvious around this horseshoe, that we have something solid with respect to cost mitigation, or unfortunately it just doesn't appear that we have the support otherwise. So we didn't see that this time around. I think the emphasis is clear. We need to take advantage of those who have solicited already in-kind services, take advantage of crowdfunding and the support we're receiving from the community, or at least community leaders who are willing to engage and maybe have something and offer something a little more formal in terms of what some kind of community rally can get us monetarily and bring the 230 down. So hopefully we don't come back a third time with still a number of $230,000 appearing before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
To be clear, it's not 230. There's 4 of them. We do one, you're going to have to do the other 3. So let's be careful, let's do it right, and let's, I'm sorry about the referral again, but we're talking about setting in place a holistic gateway plan for the city, not one-off on Highway 403, because that's where people think they're all going to come from the Pan Am Games. I got news for you. A hell of a lot of traffic comes down the QEW from Niagara. Why isn't there one there? What's the logic? So we're responding to communities that with the greatest due respect, that's what I said, there's 4 of them. So that's $1 million we're talking about. If we do one, we got to do them all. So why are we proceeding with one without a strategy? Why are we proceeding one without doing the homework? Why are we doing one without actually understanding the full commitment that we're now going to be having? Because if you do one, there's going to be a sense of entitlement, or not entitlement, but a heightened expectation that there's going to be more. So develop the policy, cross the T's, dot the I's, then come forward with a plan. And perhaps it'll include economies of scale, because you're going to be doing more than one. But the one-off is a problem. Every time we do one-offs, we end up incurring more costs and more problems than we'd like to. So I can't support the referral.
Okay, I had Councillor Farr, but I don't know, Andrew, did you want to just clarify the direction on this? No? The signage that we're looking at is the one sign, is that not correct?
Currently, as part of our short-term strategy, in an effort to have something for Pan Am Games, it was discussed or recommended a single gateway. Yes, that's correct.
To be clear, I stated very clearly that if you do one, you're going to have an expectation for 4. And that's what the document talks about, how we're going to deal with the other 3.
That was the point I was going to make. When we went through this on the very first presentation, we identified the 403 Gateway with consideration of the upcoming Pan Am Games, and then item D in the recommendation that a long-term strategy for civic gateways be investigated at Highway 6 and Freeholton Road, Highway 403, Alberton Road, Queen Elizabeth Way, and 50 Road, and related funding be considered as part of future capital budget submissions. Understanding the argument, I think we've been through it, and we have identified for good reason the one of the 4 locations as it relates to Pan Am already identifying the route from Toronto to Hamilton as this 403 Gateway.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So we have the referral. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, I love the idea of the gateway. I don't like the idea of the amount of money. And I have to tell you, I drove down to Ottawa last weekend and looking at all the signage up and down the highway, including Burlington, and everyone I looked at, I couldn't imagine any one of them being that expensive, and yet they're all very different, all very reflective of their communities. So I can't support the amount of money that even for one. And I agree with Councillor Clark. We're not looking at one. This is really setting the stage for 4 in total. So I can't support this. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the referral motion, though, and to that, we're asking staff to come back with as comprehensive a package of information for our July meeting, correct? Being dollars, being what we can get funding, what the approvals required and costing from the MTO, the whole package, correct? That's all part of your referral, Councillor? Thank you. So it was moved by Councillor McCaddy, second by Councillor Farr. I just want to be sure the clerk had that information. All in favour? Carried. Opposed? Councillor Clark, Councillor Partridge, noted opposed. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to turn the chair back over to the Deputy Mayor.
Okay, 10-minute recess. Well, actually, it's a 2-minute recess because at 2 o'clock we start the House meeting.
Okay. I'm here to say I was just disappointed because
We're all verbal diatribes.
I wrote it, and it's been in the queue since like Friday, so I think they're just waiting for a moment to slot it into the paper.
One of the more complicated articles. Achieve the plan. My preference would be that
I'll be doing some sessions this summer on how long what I've done is yes, it is. Oh, good. Thank you.
This afternoon, this one, I got that.
Well, what do you want to do?
Just the agenda itself. Is it okay? For this meeting or not? If you don't have it, don't worry about it. Oh, thanks. Just a quick look at it. So he'll call them down, right? That's what they want to know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
know I'm covering it and keeping the stream going because they go right back to GIC. Yeah, so it's just one big video. Yeah, so anytime you see that I'm going to publicly let me know in 48 hours in advance, I'm happy to have you guys take a walk. All right, thanks. Good luck. Where the was. They're from too. I've got 5 minutes.
There are 3 guys.
There's 3 between your guys. I would think, well, the city will work on it.
I'll be 70 next month.
Well, I know you're my cousin.
Well done. I was going to have my papers in the
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was looking for you.
I disappeared after the meeting.
ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we have quorum, so if we could get our HUC meeting started, that'll enable us to expedite the rest of our GIC. Call this meeting, the shareholders' annual general meeting of the Hamilton Utilities Corporation to order. And Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda? Motion to approve the agenda is presented. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Johnson, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Any declarations of interest? Hearing none. Right now I'm going to call Paul Benson, the Chairman of the Board of the Directors of Hamilton Utilities Corporation, to present. Good morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Bertina. It's nice to be back here again. This is my second presentation at the annual general meeting. I presented last year as well. We do have a number of individuals that have joined me today. Max Canazzi, John Basilio from Horizon Utilities. We also have Dennis Jude, who is our interim CEO at Hamilton Utilities Corporation. And we have Troy Hare, who is leading our telecommunication initiative, which I'll speak to, and as well as some of our other staff. I did present or send out a note in December of last year, an interim report to each of the councillor. That was a first initiative, which I hope was received well. I didn't have any negative communication, so maybe that's a good sign. And I hope to continue to do that this year as well. We'll perhaps following the elections in November, we'll have an interim communication like last year, or a in-person meeting. I have met with most of the councillors and many of the staff, and that's been terrific. I've been well received. I've learned much and have taken that communication to heart in our plans at the board. Those are my only opening introductory comments, Mayor Bertina. I would recommend that perhaps you move to shareholder resolutions, then I will deliver the rest of our presentation.
All right, thanks very much for starting us off. And members of shareholders, I should say, you have before you the shareholders' resolutions. Item number 1 is to receive the consolidated financial statements of HUC for the year ending December 31st, 2013. Moved by Councillor Powers, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. On item 4.2, we have that the following persons are hereby confirmed to continue to serve as independent directors of Hamilton Utilities Corporation commencing June 30th, 2014, and they are Paul Benson, Ed Minich, Doug Harrison, and Lou Serafini for their respective terms. Are there any questions with respect to that?
I'll move the slate.
Move the slate. Thank you. Councillor Jackson, Councillor Marula, all in favor? Thank you. Appointment of auditors at KPMG LLP. Chartered accountants are appointed. That's the slate. Oh, you were? Oh, okay, yeah. So, would anyone like to comment on Mr. Joseph Rinaldo's? And of course, along with Krista Wessel, we are the independent directors, and myself comprising the HUC board. So we've dealt with that. We go to the appointment of the auditors now. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Farr, Councillor Jackson, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So now, on presentations, We're going to review the HUC 2013 year, starting off with Hamilton Community Energy. Paul, would you like to take over?
Yes, I will. There will only be two presenters today, myself covering Hamilton Utilities and its subsidiary Hamilton Community Energy, and Matt Cananzi will do the presentation for Horizon Utilities, followed by any questions and hopefully answers. You have a package that was provided to you today, which includes all of the materials that are on the slides, but I will go through the slide one by one as I do the presentation. You also have a sustainability report that Horizon's put together, and I just complimented Max on the quality of the presentation. I'm sure you'll find it very interesting as you go through it. Just for memory purposes, Hamilton Utility Corporation has two principal subsidiaries, Horizon Utilities, which we own 78.9%, St. Catharines owns the balance, and Hamilton Utility Corporation owns 100% of Hamilton Community Energy, which provides thermal energy from a central utility plant and manages energy operations on a contract basis. For your information, we have also established a company called HCE Telecom, which is a new fiber business, which is in development. I know you've just appointed the board, but I just thought I would give you a little bit of background. Krista Wessel is the main person that's new to our board, who has joined following Joan Wepler's retirement. Krista is the Chief Human Resource Officer and Legal Counsel for McCain Foods Limited. She has a background in this industry. She has served on other LDC boards. So we welcome Krista. As you may or may not know, Alex Bystrom, who was the CEO of Hamilton Utility Corporation, decided to retire. And on an interim basis, we've appointed Dennis Jewett as interim CEO. We are in the process of a search for a permanent CEO. We've also engaged Troy Hare, who I introduced earlier, to develop and implement our fiber technology business. Troy led a similar, very successful telecom business. Actually, I can refer to it as called Blink, which was owned by Oakville Hydro, which was subsequently sold to Rogers for $130 million. So it was a very successful operation, and we're hopeful that we'll enjoy some similar success here in Hamilton. From a financial result point of view, you might wonder what MIFRS means. It's Modified International Financial Reporting Standards. The Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants made the decision to adopt International Financial Reporting Standards. Unfortunately, it gives very significant variation in our results. And that number is 15.1 million. The modified, or if you like, more traditional accounting, is 18.9, and that's the number that is used to determine the amount of dividend paid to the city. So I just wanted to highlight the difference for you. The dividend payment to the City of Hamilton for fiscal 2013 is $11.4 million. So it maintains roughly the level of dividend that the city's enjoyed for the last 2 years. Horizon continues to be one of the lowest cost service providers of electricity in the province. You'll hear more about that from Max in a few minutes. Horizon also continues to maintain an A rating by the Standard & Poor's, which has an implication on the cost of capital for that organization. Horizon, as you'll hear, is continuing to focus on prudent investment in infrastructure. You'll hear that some of our infrastructure is aged, and continued investment in infrastructure and and continuation of the operating efficiency process that management has will be a focus for Horizon in the coming year. Revenue from conservation and other initiatives have helped bonus the budget, bonus the financial results, rather, that have allowed for a higher dividend payment to the city. Hamilton Community Energy is thriving, doing well, and it's profitable, and we're focused on growth. I'll speak to that further. Just a couple of highlights that I'd like to make, and Max will go into in a little bit more detail, but our customer satisfaction rating at Horizon is very high, and that's notwithstanding the storm activity that they've managed. The business has also attained numerous recognitions, including Employer of Choice and awards in the areas of sustainability and in the environment. The priorities for the coming year at Horizon will be infrastructure investment, as I've said, regulatory filings, because there's a new cost of service application process that Max will talk about, conservation, and continued improvement in operating processes. Consolidation with other distribution businesses, other local distribution businesses, have continued to be a challenge for Horizon. We've not been successful, in large part because others have determined that they're prepared to pay a higher amount than could be justified by Horizon management and the board. At HCE, the district energy business continues, as I've said, to be profitable, and we're focused on growth. We're working extremely well, I think, with city management to improve services and to advance initiatives that have been in discussion for some period. We're hopeful that that will continue. And we're working to expand the district energy business to corporate and institutional businesses. Some of the examples of things that we're dealing with at Hamilton Community Energy is the expansion at McMaster Innovation Park. We have a major customer at an industrial business park that we've been negotiating with for a great deal of time, and we're hoping that that will close in the not too distant future. We're dealing with a new medical facility for district energy, and we're pursuing operating synergies and efficiencies with city-owned assets. We're also developing a state-of-the-art fiber optics network to service the downtown core city and commercial clients. That's at its infancy, but I hope to report a continuation in that at our next meeting. Thought I would show dividend history for you. As you can see, in the years 2008, 9, and 10, we were relatively flat. And in 2011, 12, and 13, they've all been in excess of $11 million. Our budgets, by the way, have been less than those amounts in each of those years. It's going to fall, we expect, in 2014, in part because of regulatory lag, and what that means is until our regulatory application is approved, we continue to outspend the interim adjustments that are allowed under the existing regulatory rate process. But infrastructure investment continues and is necessary in order to maintain reliability and safety. Recessionary impact, particularly on industrial clients, continues to be an issue. All of these, however, in 2011, 12, and 13 have we've been bonused by asset sales. We sold the water heater business, which generated a strong profit that resulted in higher dividends for the city. And we've enjoyed some continuing revenue from conservation and HCE growth and diversification. So what are we doing to meet the challenge of maintaining or increasing dividends in the future? Well, we're trying to grow the Huck non-electricity distribution assets. We have developed, and we believe we're successfully implementing that strategy. We have a significant project pipeline that has been developed, and closings are in process. As I've said, we're also exploring a new business initiative, HCE Telecom, which will initially service the downtown core, but is working with the city currently to meet their needs. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our President and CEO of Horizon, Max Cananzi.
Max Cananzi, welcome. Please take over.
That little button right
Thank
there.
you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Happy to be here and presenting the 2013 business review for Horizon. And I must say that 2013 was a very good year for us. We met some challenges head-on successfully, and we implemented key initiatives that set us up for the future. And we received industry recognition along the way for that. And I must report that our brand is very well received, not only by our customers, but also by the industry at large, across Ontario, and in fact, across Canada. So some of the specifics on what kind of year 2013 was. We overachieved on our net income target. Net income for 2013 was $22.5 million, which was $4.7 million over budget. We also installed 2 additional solar generation projects on commercial rooftops, bringing the total number of installed generating sites to 7 in operation, totaling 1.6 megawatts in solar generation, and that's contributing about $1.3 million annually in revenue and about $400,000 towards our net income. So a nice little, it's been a nice little project and a nice boost to the bottom line. We also were able to reaffirm our credit rating with Standard & Poor's at A stable. We have a very strong financial balance sheet and a very strong financial performance as a corporation. Very pleased also to say that we were able to achieve 2.6 million hours having worked without a lost time injury. That represents 3.5 years working without a lost time injury. I was sorry to say that in December we did experience our first lost time injury, which broke that run, and then that was as a result of the December ice storm. We had someone that got injured during that melee. Our customer satisfaction, as our chair, Paul, indicated, 95% customer satisfaction. That represents an all-time high for us. This is an independently conducted survey that we hire a third party to engage with our customers on a random basis to generate these statistics. And this represents the 7th year in a row that our customer satisfaction levels are above 90%. So very well, doing very well on the customer front. And again, I mentioned about some recognition that we get from the industry. We were designated Canada's first sustainable electricity company by the Canadian Electricity Association, and that's a national recognition across Canada. For the 3rd year in a row, we were also voted top 10 employer in the Hamilton-Niagara region, so as an employer of choice. We received the Bloom Center Sustainability Leadership Award, Hamilton Environmentalist of the Year Award, and Best Sustainability Report Award for Sustainable Hamilton for our 2012 annual report. Some of the challenges that we experienced in 2013, we have a rising capital program, and our Chair Paul indicated the fact that we do have aging infrastructure that does need to be replaced. Our capital program will continue to increase incrementally year over year, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. We also have been through a process last year, culminating in a filing this year of a very important rate application for us. This is an application that will set the rates for Horizon for the next 5 years from 2015 to 2019. So it's a substantial effort on our part, and it's a very important application for us for the next 5 years. As well, we have 11 solar sites that have been applied for with the Ontario Power Authority, which represents some significant investment as well as significant returns for the company that we are still awaiting approval. And as you may or may not know, the Ontario Power Authority approval process for these energy projects has been very long, very protracted, and very difficult to work through. But we continue to remain hopeful that we will get some of those projects further developed. And as well, something that's not on the list, but we did experience 2 significant storms in 2013. One in July, if you recall, it was high winds, took down a lot of trees, a lot of lines, a lot of customers were affected. And then, of course, the December, just before Christmas, an ice storm, which took out many residents for a number of days. Very thankful that I could say that in almost all cases, customers were back on before Christmas. Just a quick financial table snapshot. What you could take out of this table is that, you know, we overachieved our capital program. We had budgeted a $47.4 million capital program. We overshot that slightly, and the reason for that principally is the result of the storms. We had a lot of damage that we had to replace and we had to repair, so that contributed to the capital expenditures. And as well, I indicated prior to that, our net income line, and again, we have to go by the modified IFRS line, which, by the way, is audited by KPMG as well. So it's on a modified basis. This gets us as close as possible to the Canadian GAAP, what we were used to in the past before we changed accounting systems. But that was $22.5 million, $4.7 million ahead of budget. From a profitability standpoint, it looks a little bit erratic, and you know, what I could say about this is that this is really an outcome of the regulatory environment that we find ourselves in. Every time we get to set rates every 4 to 5 years, and in between those times, we are permitted to increase rates based on inflation minus a productivity number, and that generally falls short of our costs that are running in inflation. And so what you see is that every time that we do reset rates, we get a rising experience with net income, and then, you know, in the tail end, we get this sort of drop off, but then once rates are reestablished, we will see a corresponding bump up in our net income. The story is actually from a shareholder's perspective. You'd be very pleased to hear that the value of the corporation has been increasing year over year since incorporation tremendously. This is a graph representing the value of our rate base, which is basically the underpinning of the economic value of the company. These are the assets of the company. And in 2006, post-merger, when Horizon was created, our rate base stood at $329 million, and we're forecasting that in 2019 that will nearly double to just shy of $600 million on that. And that represented considerable appreciation, both in the growth of dividends to the shareholders, as well as the underlying economic value of the corporation. And this has all been generated internally without further capital contributions from the city for Horizon. From a community impact perspective, we measure this We're participants of the Global Reporting Initiative as part of the sustainability reports that we generate. And one of the things that we're required to calculate is the community impact. And I think this is a kind of an interesting slide that gives us a sense as to the economic impact that we have locally and provincially. We generate 134 million of total economic value is spent into the communities. We employ 420 employees, almost virtually all that reside within Hamilton and St. Catharines. $10.5 million worth of goods and services are procured locally. 13.7 million of dividends is paid to the Horizon Horizon Holdings Inc. shareholders, and 2.7 million of CDM incentives that have been placed locally with businesses to help them achieve a better bottom line, and as well 300,000 in combined corporate and employee donations to local charities. From a financial performance, so how do we stack relative to others? How are we doing? I think very pleased to say that we're doing very well. If we look at return on equity, which is a measure of the efficiency of the investment that we have in Horizon and how we're dealing with that, we generate an 8.55% return on equity. This is an average over 3 years. When we take a look at the utilities around the Golden Horseshoe, they generate about 7.75, so we're ahead of that. And when you look at all utilities in Ontario, they're at 6.18%. So clearly, we're a very good top performer in that regard. But I think very important for the shareholder is that this isn't done on the backs of customers. We look at both objectives to provide very strong returns to the shareholder, but also to keep costs down for customers, to deliver cost leadership and rate leadership across the province. And as you'll see, when we look at the same comparative group, we deliver our services on average for the distribution portion of our services. These are the delivery charges that we're responsible for. We, on average, $186 per customer per year is what it takes us to deliver our services. And when we look at the Golden Horseshoe area utilities, they do that on an average of $246 per year. And when you take a look at all utilities across the province, that's $279. And that, by the way, excludes the Hydro One from these statistics, that would skew our results considerably in that regard. But also what I'd like you to draw your attention to is the graph, and it points, what we see here is the average cost annually for that we deliver our services and where we stack relative to all the utilities in the province. So we're obviously, in the top 5 performers in the province from a cost perspective. 2014 financial outlook. Well, we continue to expect to have strong financial performance. We don't see any difficulties in that respect. We do anticipate a lower net income, as I've explained, as a result of the regulatory construct, but we do think that will correct itself once we do get a decision later this year as a result of our application, that rates will be coming into effect in 2015. And by the way, those rates will also carry us through to the 2019 period. And we are experiencing, as a sheer result of reinvesting in our capital plan to rebuild it, to renew it, because of the aging infrastructure, we are experiencing upward pressure on our costs. So our costs will rise over time as a result of that, but we've got a plan through our capital program to manage that within reasonable levels. Significant investments are largely related almost exclusively to our capital rebuild in our program. Currently, we're spending about $18 million a year to renew our system, and within the 5-year period of our cost of service application, we'll be doubling that to closer to $40 million annually, and all of that generated to rebuild the system, being reinvested into the system to maintain reliability and to maintain service levels. Conservation will continue to be an important function. that we are required to perform, and we will continue to be required to perform through regulation and legislation. And it'll be continually be more increasingly important to customers as the government has communicated. Energy costs will continue to rise over the next foreseeable future. So we intend to do our part to work with businesses and residences to lower their bill as best as we can. And we've been able to do some terrific things with some local businesses in terms of reducing their bottom line and making them more competitive. The year ahead, the challenges, what will we be focused on 2014, and what do we foresee coming our way? Well, there's been a renewed interest in the early part of 2014, at least, with regards to investments and divestments with regards to local utilities. We anticipate that we're probably in a period now where that is going to settle down a bit, heading into the election process. But I think shortly thereafter, we anticipate quite a lot of activity in 2015. Some of the notable things that have taken place is that Hydro One has been very active in acquiring and going around the province offering to acquire utilities. They were successful in acquiring the Norfolk, which hasn't been approved yet, by the way. It's taken some time to get through the regulatory approval processes, but they were successful in Norfolk. They have also been successful in Haldimand. Brant County was sold very recently to Cambridge, and Woodstock was sold to Hydro One. So there's a lot of activity and things that have been going on. As our Chair Paul indicated, some of these transactions don't make any sense financially to us. Some of these Hydro One is offering 150% of book, which is very high. The Cambridge Hydro acquired Brant County for 170% of book. I don't know what, they just don't make any sense. I've communicated to the shareholders before is that we are very interested in being a consolidator, and we are very interested in growing through mergers and acquisitions, but we will not do something that just doesn't make financial sense to us. So it's got to be the right deal at the right time, I guess. Of course, our challenges will be in continued investment in renewing infrastructure, as well as the regulatory constraints. What I indicated was that we are permitted to have rate increases, but with those rate increases comes a demonstrated productivity. So that's why there's always a productivity clawback. So embedded in our corporate plans is year over year trying to find efficiencies and pulling those costs out. And over the last number of years, we've been very successful in pulling out several millions of dollars of our operating costs, and we'll have to continue to find that. But as you know, it's a diminishing return thing. It becomes harder and harder to find those savings, but that'll be a challenge for us. And as well, we'll be focused on continuing to build out our solar generation business, as well as our conservation efforts with our customers. And with that, I turn it over back to Paul Benson. Thank you.
Max, we do have questions. Perhaps we could, do you want to speak further, Paul?
I was just going to simply recap, which will just take a moment, and then we open up to questions.
Go ahead.
As we've indicated, there's been a very strong financial gains from growth in revenue, realized incentives from conservation programs, and reduced costs through operating efficiencies. Your dividend has been strong for the last 3 years, and we're hopeful that we can, subject to perhaps a hiccup in 2014, a return to those kinds of dividend levels in the future. Horizon is an award-winning leader in electricity distribution, and you've heard that it's also one of the lowest cost producers and provides reliable service both in Hamilton and St. Catharines. HCE has developed a strong working relationship with the city and continues its implementation of its strategy to build district energy and has started on the telecom business. In the year ahead, Hamilton Utilities and its subsidiaries are well positioned to continue to provide energy in a safe, reliable manner at a fair and balanced cost to consumers. Meeting our commitments to customers, employees, and shareholders through award-winning initiatives is a priority. Management is focused on continuous improvement in operating efficiencies. Max has talked about investment in infrastructure, systems, people, all with a close attention to risk and financial impact on the business and impact on the dividend. As a business, we're focused on building value. We've done that. We'll continue to do that. And we're focused on enhancing your dividend. A successful electricity rate application and expansion of the district energy and telecom businesses will be front and central in 2014. Mayor Bertina, we're now open for questions.
Good. And I'll go to, first of all, to Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Always good seeing you, Paul, and especially you, Max, the number of years that you've been at the helm, Max. Appreciate your leadership always. So 3 quick questions. One I'm sure will be easy unless you want to go on camera, Max. Any mergers or acquisitions on the horizon, pardon the pun, that you want to tell us about, Mr. Mayor, today?
No, at the current moment, we don't. I think things have settled down going into the elections. I don't anticipate seeing anything for a few months.
Okay. Secondly, the next 2 questions quickly, Max. I just want to get on the public record. You and I have met about these, and I believe they're provincially driven, but a number of my constituents just want to know that it's not Horizons, and/or that Horizons are doing what they can to help accommodate, to mitigate. I think you mentioned about the business community. So my 2 quick questions, Mr. Mayor. That line item on a hydro bill called Global Adjustments, I'll tell you, that's a terrible cost to business. I've got a number of business owners that are fuming over it. They can't seem to get any real answers about it. How about you explain what it is, Max, and if it is totally in the provincial hands, so be it. But for the record, I want some comment on that from Max, please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, through you, Councillor Jackson. In fact, I can verify that we don't have any responsibility and we don't set that price for the global adjustment. We're simply a billing agent on behalf of the province for energy to collect that. It's very unfortunate that it's been labeled global adjustment because it absolutely provides no idea to customers what it is. But in fact, what it is the Ontario Power Authority's contracted power. So the Ontario Power Authority has entered into a number of power contracts over time, and that global that adjustment, what they call it, it doesn't go through the market per se because it's a contracted power. And so really, when somebody's looking at their bill, the easiest thing that I say to customers is that that is just another component of your energy charge. If you really want to look at your total energy charge, you got to look at your energy rate that is being charged on that line item, plus your global adjustment. They're just 2 different markets. One is a wholesale market price, and the other is a contracted power price.
Thank you for that explanation. I can tell you that it has added costs to a number of businesses up in the Red Hill Business Parks that in my area, Mr. Mayor, they brought it to my attention. And just given 7-8 days to go to the provincial election, and given hydro rates and hydro costs are one of the issues that is forefront, I just thought it was timely to ask that. And now dovetailing into this one, Max, and again, if this is regulated by the OEB that sets rates, say that please. If there's some way that Horizons can help mitigate to the everyday homeowner and tenant who uses electricity, please also say that. My question, Mr. Mayor, is peak hours versus non-peak hours. Many of our constituents, many of our citizens and ratepayers are doing their best to save pennies, to save dollars by using non-peak hours for cooking, for washing. I've got seniors who, like at midnight, 2 in the morning, are trying to save a few bucks by washing at that time, using the dryer at that time. Normally, under normal circumstances, wouldn't even consider that. And now I'm hearing that non-peak hour rates potentially are going to go up because there's not enough revenue because too many people are using non-peak hours. The optics of that are horrendous. So, Mr. Mayor, through to Max, maybe for a comment on that, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. And again, Councillor Jackson, you're correct in saying that we don't have any control on the setting of that price. It's a regulated price. Even the time intervals, what constitutes on-peak, off-peak is regulated by the Ontario Energy Board. And so all utilities are required to bill in accordance with that setup, and all of the rates are consistent across the province because it is a regulated price. It is subject to adjustment from time to time, and you're quite right that I've heard the same things, that they're considering boosting up the off-peak rate, which it's unfortunate. I don't think a final decision has been made on that. We would certainly have an opinion on that. But it's at the end of the day, it's a balancing act to get recovery for revenues and also look at any time you adjust rates, there's winners and losers. There's those that are also using on-peak power, and so it's a balancing act. Now, the biggest thing that we can do in terms of helping customers, both residential and commercial, is the conservation programs. We've got to get out there more aggressively. We've got to do more. We've got to uncover more opportunities to aid and assist. As I mentioned, it will become increasingly more important. We're headed, we're already substantially off of our historic levels of where energy prices were in Ontario, and we're headed to be one of the highest cost jurisdictions in North America for energy. And it's very unfortunate, but that's where we're heading.
So, Max, thank you for the genuineness and sincerity, Mr. Mayor, of your responses. I just thought, as one of 16 shareholders in this excellent company we have, representing the constituents I do, and given 7-8 days to the provincial election, and where a lot of these decisions are going to impact my constituents potentially with higher hydro rates that are not in the control of this Horizons HUC board or council, I just wanted to get that on the record, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Powers, Duvall, and Clark, and Councillor Powers.
So perhaps the first one be to Max, and then I got Paul on the other one. With regards to the purchasing, and I'm going to call the over-the-book value, for me it's an abuse of a position. You don't have to do anything, but it's an abusive position. In fact, it should be taken before the competition board for review. It puts practical business operations from a standpoint out of, I'm going to say, logical relationships and partnerships that are there. It's just unfathomable that's allowed to permit. And besides, if they continue to do it, and there's continue to be takers, and we as payers of the taxes that global rate will change, or there'll be something new, we'll pay that surcharge to create a monopoly that will force all of us to have to pay unrealistic prices. That's my rhetorical question. You don't have to respond from there. I know that are you still president, or are you past president, Max, of the...
past chair of the Electricity Distributors Association.
Is there any movement at all in your organization to kind of raise this issue, or is it one of those things that you're in conflict with?
We have raised it. We have raised it as an association. There's a big concern about that, and we've dealt directly with the Premier, Minister of Energy, and the deputy minister and so on throughout the whole organization. And I think that the message has been received. I think that the original intent of the acquisitions that Hydro One was perhaps going out there have been more substantial than they themselves would have expected. So that's being reviewed, but I don't know what the outcomes of that will be.
Perhaps a suggestion, you might want to ask for a deputation at a AMO board of directors. I can put you in contact with somebody that would share this information, and that with that board it might be of interest to the 444 municipalities in this province. Thanks. My next question, if Mr. Mayor, is Paul. This was with regards to the fiber optics. I was here on council at the time when we divested ourselves, so the fiber optics business. Just help me to understand why we're able to, or why we have an interest, or is it going to be a localized fiber optics? Help me the explanation as to why we got out of the business and now we're choosing to go back into the business.
This was initiated through discussions between our president of Hamilton Community Energy and the IT group at the city. The city, like many other institutional customers in particular, but also business customers, have been not served well by the existing service provider. And it's for that reason we looked at it, looked at the opportunity and decided we can service it well, and it's for that reason and that we're developing a plan, and it's not finalized. We're still in the early stages of this business, but we think we can generate some significant profitability.
So my supplementary is, would it be for only within the confines and the operations relative to partners within the city of Hamilton with no intentions of going otherwise, or is it a one-step, two-step, three-step more?
The focus initially would be institutions and corporations in the city of Hamilton with the view to reevaluating if an opportunity presents to expand further.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Duval.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Max. I really appreciate your report and the work you guys do. Just a couple of questions. The debt retirement charge that's on the bill, is that coming off soon?
Through you, Mr. Mayor and Councillor. Well, we have a provincial election. We did have a budget that was tabled by the Liberals that proposed for the debt retirement charge to come off in 2016 on residential bills. I'm unclear as to the status of that post-election. What will happen to that particular feature of that. The debt retirement charge should naturally expire sometime further out, maybe, I don't know, 2018, 19, 2020, something like that. But there's the difficulty is that it's quite difficult. There's not a lot of transparency or frequent reporting on the status of the final account for the debt. So it's very difficult for me to say, but that's the status of that.
I appreciate that. And my other question is that I'm hearing rumors out there that for industry, that's in Ontario, because of the high rates that they're leaving the province, and the province has been consulting with them to lower their rates for industry and put it on be absorbed by the backs of the residential people. Have you heard anything to that?
There's a consortium out there led by industrials that is looking for an industrial rate as a job protection mitigation strategy, and it's got some attention from the current government, and there's, I guess, some sympathy with the other parties as well. Again, any outcome is obviously going to be post-election on that, but what I can say is that they're making some headway, and they are getting some credibility from the political parties. They're seriously looking at that. There's also, in conjunction with that, is that whole ring of fire concept, where their development on the northern parts of the province, where they're looking at, for that to be successful, they would require lower energy rates. And so that's also something to watch out for.
Okay, and that has nothing to do with the Horizon, right, Max, for our customers? It's all provincially mandated and regulated, right?
Yeah, I mean, the advocacy that's happening is with industrials, directly with the government. It has nothing to do with us.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Clark.
So just on that last point, did I hear correctly that they're talking or considering regional industrial rates? So the rate for electricity in the Northern Ontario would be significantly lower than the rates in Southern Ontario?
I think it's fair to say that, none of the, I haven't heard any government come out strongly in support of or against the concept. But certainly there's interest groups out there that are suggesting that that would be a way to go.
And so what latitude do the local, like Horizon Utilities, have to try and retain industry in our community or attract industry in our community then? None?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, we do what we can on the distribution front, which is roughly 20% of the bill, which is obviously not the significant portion. The energy is 60% of the bill, and we have no discretion on that because basically we're a flow-through agent for energy. We don't generate it. We don't own it. There's provincial entities or other corporates that inject the energy into the system, and then a wholesale price is created, and then we charge that. So what we would require to do is that if we've got a position or an opportunity to advocate, then that's what we would need to do.
And historically, we haven't, as a council, played a role in those advocacy. It just comes from Horizon Utilities, or is there a role for us to play in terms of, I mean, I'm already concerned about the loss of industry because of the electricity rates in our area, period. But now to hear that there's going to be a special area in Ontario, which may or may not be politically driven, I don't know, but at the end of the day, it could actually impact us. You can move an industry from Southern Ontario to Northern Ontario and pay a lower electricity bill.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a response on that. As you know, the City of Hamilton has got a fair-sized industrial load. So if there is any contemplation on an industrial rate for the province or a regional rate, I believe that there's a good possibility that it would capture industrial load customers within the City of Hamilton. But again, that's speculation on my part.
So was there a proposal from the government that Horizon was able to comment on, or we're just observers in this power play that's going on?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, again, these are just lobby efforts. There isn't anything public that we can comment on. There hasn't been any government or political party that has picked this up as part of their campaign. So it's kind of difficult to respond at this stage. It's very early and very premature. And I think it's met with its own share of difficulties in actually getting that kind of arrangement through. As you know, it's a zero-sum game. So the cost recovery's got to, if somebody's getting a discount, somebody else is picking it up.
Yep, okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Powers, could you take the chair for just a moment? While I tell everyone that when the big city mayors of Ontario met, there was discussion about these acquisitions by Hydro One. And so to put it in perspective, what roughly would the book value of Norfolk be? That was, the premium was paid, or it is intended to be?
$80 million, I think, John? Yeah, $80 million.
So the premise is that Hydro One would be spending provincial money in the 120 million.
Sorry, that was the purchase price.
Okay.
So, yeah, so
and
there'd be more like $60 million worth, and they sold it for about 90.
And theoretically, there's a business plan, and the business plan is that money will come back, and the way money comes back is in the rates. So utilities who take up the offer, are they exposing their customers to higher rates in the future? Would you be able to say?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, trying to keep protocols. Yes, I mean, the Hydro One has I'm not understating this. The Hydro One has the highest rates in the province, and so anybody who sells to Hydro One can expect that eventually they will harmonize those rates to some level. And I mean, if they're smart about it, they could use the scale efficiencies to, but they're still going to be significantly higher than anyone else.
So would you say, through you, Deputy Mayor, that we need to be careful should someone come to us saying, here's a whole bunch of money for your utility? Are you in or out? Because there is a long-term cost that's has to be paid. Is it fair to say?
Yeah, I think that, I think that my advice to the shareholder would be that you not only look at the value proposition of the actual cash value, but also the customer impacts. You have to. There are two sides of it. And I think that should be able to guide you as to, what should be done.
Okay, just to conclude on the point, it has come to the attention of lots of people, although it hasn't really been a big news story. I haven't seen coverage on it, but we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money for acquisitions that in the long run will bite back. So that needs to be explained, and now at least our council and our shareholders are fully aware of it, and I appreciate that. So I'll take the chair back.
Councillor Partridge, please, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And gentlemen, thank you for the presentation. And I just wanted to extend my thanks and appreciation. In Flamborough, of course, Horizon looks after the Waterdown area, and I believe just a touch to the north, to the 5th concession. And unfortunately, the rest of it is Hydro One. But I want to extend my appreciation to Horizon. Not only during that ice storm were your folks in constant contact with me. Our hydro was out for 4 days, and all I had was my BlackBerry, so I was very reliant on the folks at City Hall, plus you folks. The residents that had issues that were within your jurisdiction, you were immediate. You got to them, you helped them, you texted me, I mean, the communication was just exemplary. I did not experience that with Hydro One, and if anything, I certainly wish that Horizon had all of Flamborough, and in fact, all the city of Hamilton, and did provide service through Horizon. So if that's ever something that, you can look at, or I can work with my council colleagues to motion, I would certainly do that. And I won't ask you to comment on it. That would be unfair at this point, but I just wanted to, Mr. Chairman, express my thanks and appreciation and disappointment with the other entity.
Well, it certainly has been, I think you would say, considered and discussed, and with not much interest on the other party. So with that, seeing no other questions, thank you for an outstanding presentation. Move to receive Powers, Partridge, all in favor? And that concludes this meeting of the annual general meeting of the shareholders. Motion to adjourn, Marula, Jackson, all in favor? That's carried. Gentlemen, thank you very much. There will be a brief recess while we reconvene a GIC.
Why they're looking at stuff like that. It'll be the request of the, I'll offer it up to the committee. I have mine. Thanks, Paul. Sure, that was my business. Thank you.
Yes, that just gets this call. I'm not sure if he is.
It's okay. Long day.
Yeah, especially, I mean, watching the debate last night, the leaders debate and all this stuff.
Grand Road, North
Customers.
Oh, customer business partners, we've gone through all that. Government is, and we'll try again. We can do it. Keep banging away, it's a long-term project. But it's really in the interest. Hi, Brian McDaniel. Dennis Jones. Hi, Dennis. Nice to meet you.
Take care.
You're playing it once, so time flies.
How's your little granddaughter, the new one?
So let anybody in here, do they? Well, you know, I've got big shoes to fill down at you.
I'm just going to get
No problem. Take care.
Well, you're doing, and I said, I know, I see him from time to time, and he reports annually to us. They're just...
Barbecue. Betsy got way on you.
She's off me.
She's a paradox. She looks great. She comes in here, she looks great. She goes,
Yeah, she's a part of the beach. It's right. Councillor Partridge is hosting a barbecue, so she was out shopping today on Center Road.
That was actually your fault.
Should we all come?
Normally all the residents can get together.
Now, she wants to sell.
Each and a half boxes.
Just that much glasses.
800 grams.
Yeah, I will. The insurance office thought they were losing enough to. Well, they put it on the media report.
Both dates.
And like it was put on at 13-17, the first one, and the second one at 13-18. They thought it was real.
Oh, no, different person. I get the numbers and I get the meetings. So I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, one more, and more importantly, a clerk. At 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I just need the legislative clerk.
Brad, we're happy to know Hamilton School reports the traffic is right on Cmte. Live stream updated comparison. school trip?
Yes.
They come back?
My flight's gone 2 hours. More than normal.
I said the caddies already. I just brought it up. And all of us, I think, understand.
Okay, so we might have a bit of challenges with the quorum, but we'll move it along. The next item is item 8.3, which is the 2014 Area Rating Reserve Funded Projects. Is there any discussion? If not, a motion to approve on a motion by Morrill, seconded by McCarthy. Discussion on the item? All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Item 8.4 is the Area Rating Special Capital Investment Reserves update as of December the 31st. Councillor Clark, please.
Just a question. Most of the expenditures, I guess, were in keeping with our capital commitment. There were some that I was curious about. I don't want to get into details right now, but I am wondering whether or not our finance staff have follow-up on projects where they're not being spent by the city. So if the funding is going to a third party, what kind of follow-up do we do to ensure that the accountability of the funds being spent?
Through the chair, I would say that there's very little follow-up going through on those particular projects. When the funds are approved, the funds are sent. Given it through the chair, do you have a specific example?
Well, on one, there's a Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board Task Force. I don't know what that was spent, how that was spent. It's not a capital investment. Renew Hamilton Grant, I'm not sure that's a capital investment. There's 2014 part budgeting, not sure what that is. There's a few of them that were more, they seem to be more operating, and I don't know, they seem to be going to third parties, but the third parties aren't listed, so I don't know how we actually deal with that, or whether was it just left with the ward councillors to do all the work and it was on them.
The answer was it was vested with the ward councillors. The appropriation was provided to it. There was guidelines. I went back and there was guidelines provided, recommended guidelines for the reinvestment of the area rated funds back into suggested streams. However, there was nothing there definitive that said that they had to do it that particular way. Therefore, it was vested with the ward councillors in order to do it. As you're aware, this is the final year for the area rating reserves, and next year we go back to across the board impacts.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And just a question through you to staff. Can you just remind me, this is 3.5 years ago that we went through the whole area rating. Can you remind me what happens to these funds that are in the reserves from wards 1 to 8? Is there something that happens at the end of this year, being the end of the phase in? Could you just remind me, please?
Mr. McMullen.
Sorry, through the chair. I'm not sure that the actual process that was established through those committee reports indicates what would happen at the end. So I would presume that if there's funds left over at the end of the 2014 year, that there would be a recommendation to move them to another reserve if the funds aren't used. But
Okay, so that part of the process still needs to be dealt with, and it would be dealt with by September, I would think? Which is our last.
No, they have the ability to.
So it would be January 2015 with the new term of council.
Correct.
All right, so that is correct then. So just to clarify, so I understand that that part of the process as to what happens with those reserve funds from the area rating reserves has not been established, and it will be up to the new term of council to determine what happens to those funds in 2015. Is that clear?
If there are unexpended funds following the cessation of this council.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then perhaps, Brian, then maybe you need to bring an information report back to us.
So you'd like an information report on the process on what happens at the end of 2014?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, if you need a motion, I would be pleased to put that forward.
Well, I think we need clarity on it because this council ceases to meet at the end of September, so there will be no opportunities for this current council to recommend or give approval to area rating funds following the end of September. So obviously we need clarification, okay? Councillor Morrow, then Councillor McCaddy, please.
Just a question. I've had some desperately needed road work that I brought to council, and it was passed for 2015. The work, engineering works to be done this year, roads next year. Are they still all right?
Through the chair. So any projects that have gone through committee and council and that have been and are now part of the plan, similar to the report that was just approved, then those are now committed to be spent in future years.
So I don't have a problem with those. Okay,
no, so then it'll follow the normal process of procuring of the work, and any surpluses or deficits or variances from the estimate will have to be met from the reserve or from other sources, and those will come back through the normal appropriate or capital status reports that go to the various committees as well.
Councillor McCaddy, your question?
Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just my recollection of the agreement we came to on area rating, the urban-rural split, and how instead of taking the money back in the old city on a annual base, $27 or whatever it would per household.
Correct.
We would take the 1.6 million per year for capital allocations.
Correct. That
was to continue in perpetuity until such time as some future council decides to do area rating entirely differently. So that's the understanding that we've been proceeding on, and just the participatory budgeting process, for example, that's what we tell people. Each year, of course, the decision has to be made by the councillors, in our case through the PB process, and then it'll be up to the next councillor in 2015 to just carry on that process. But that was the decision that we came to, and it's in the report, Councillor Farr, anyways. Well, that's our understanding.
Okay, so then we definitely need a report. That's certainly not my understanding that there would be a perpetual reserve, because those of us in the suburbs have been playing catch up on the additional assessments that are being rendered against our people to finally bring everything in line. So I think very clearly we need clarity on that.
I agree, because I thought it was primarily an optics situation where as taxes went up in Dundas, for example, they're going down in Hamilton. That didn't look so great politically. So therefore we agreed to take the lump sum instead of the tax decrease in Hamilton, and we certainly sold that. And then, of course, the odd person says, I want my $27, but we've sold the agreement that we made, which we felt was in perpetuity, as was the whole urban-rural split decision that we made at the time. So it was I thought it was a good decision at the time.
So Scott Duvall, so if you permit us to allow staff to, obviously there is confusion as to the disposition, and we very clearly need clarity. Obviously the new council will clearly need clarity with regards to where it is. Councillor Duvall?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I agree with the past speaker. That's what my understanding was, and it was to be used for infrastructure projects through its 1 to 8, and it was not to be used to lower our tax bill and those individual wards, because it would show some kind of differences. One's paying higher and then one gets a tax break. So my understanding that once the 4-year phase-in came in, whatever the final number was, that was going to go on forever. So if I'm wrong at this, I'm glad we're going to get some clarification, because we have some instances where even Councillor Jackson has said it publicly many a times that he's been saving a good portion of his in case they has to buy some school board land. So in 2014 ends, he's been saving this, not putting it on some other projects. this is a risk of losing it, and if that's the case, I'm in the same boat, same problem is on concession. I've already committed $800,000 into this project. It doesn't show on the sheet. It's a matter of, okay, do I take it out now, or because of, what are they going to do? They're just going to cancel the project, or?
So there's clearly an urgency in order to get a report back, so there's clarity for all of us with regards to what we can do. Okay. And if there's something there that we need to straighten out, we'll straighten it out at that time before we lose the opportunity in order to do it. That's certainly my feeling.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Farr, please.
Like others, I've been very clear to the public that it was perpetuity. Fair enough, a report's great, so the entire body here can get clarity, but Rossini, Zagaric, and now Tom's shaking his head, yeah, we'll do a report. But just simply on that question, the annualized 1.6 that the original report said over the 4 years we build up on, and then that's consistent over time, that's hasn't changed. Through you, Chair.
Yeah, through the chair. I'll go back and we'll talk about it with Mike Zagaric, and we'll generate a report to see how the $1.67 million is built into the future budgets.
I'm pretty sure we'll find it in a previous report, but also, and for the record, since there's some mixed understandings here, I had approved a budget for this year to carry out a $1 million public budgeting exercise for projects for 2015. So I think, yes, the sooner the better, even maybe by council. Would that be okay to ask through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
I would suggest they do it as soon as possible on that. I think the turnaround by next week might be a bit of a challenge, but we'll leave it in Brian's capable hands in order to report back.
I think I might even have a file I can gather up this afternoon, so yeah. It should help on that question anyway. Yeah. Thank you.
Just before I go to Councillor Clark, part of the confusion is I've had constituents send in and ask questions. They talk about the area rating as at the end of this year. Finance staff have responded and indicated that yes, this is the last year for area rating in responding to constituent requests from that standpoint. So whether it was meant to plateau and that carry on in perpetuity, the clarity on that was not clear. So, yeah, Councillor Clark, please, and then
regardless of what we finalize in terms of the 4 years, the reserves that are present currently, that's still the councillors in Ward through 8. That's their money, whether or not it's spent this year, and it would be unwise to rush decisions to try and spend the money just because you got to spend it before the end of the year, or your projects, it's in the reserves for your ward. So that was my understanding very clearly. The other challenge, and I'm not sure how we're going to clarify this, and I was worried at the time about how quickly we were making some of the decisions, but the discussion in the wards in the suburban areas has been pretty clearly that the area rating agreement ends at the end of the 4th year, and that we were whole. So if this is going to continue on ad infinitum forever, that's going to be really problematic because that's not what we told the residents.
Okay, can we move off of this item? And other than I'd like to deal with the report as of the 31st of December 13. A Moved by Ferguson, seconded by Morrill to receive the report. All those in favor? Carried. Staff direction in order to come back with a report at your earliest time.
The whole purpose of it was that it would be perpetual. The only specification and condition, as you can recall, was that it not be allocated to decrease taxes. So we could increase taxes to add on to it, but the specification based on the discussions and negotiations were twofold. One, it would have to be infrastructure related. Secondly, there couldn't be a direct decrease of taxes accordingly. So that was the deal.
Okay. Moving on to item 8.5 is the Development Charge Stakeholder Subcommittee Report, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Jackson. All those in favor? Carried. Item 8.6 is the School Board Property Subcommittee Report. Is there the chair? Councillor McCaddy moves. Receipt of the report, seconded by Councillor Marula. There's one item that before us, so all those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Members of the committee, item 8.7 is report 14-002 of the Pan Am Stadium Precinct Subcommittee. Councillor Ferguson, will you move the report?
Yeah, do you want to do them one by one, or do you want to do them as a group? We could do, there's 5 decision items, but I'll be happy to move all 5 if you like with the report.
So we have a mover to move items 1 through 6 inclusive. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Clark. Any discussions on any items or questions of Councillor Ferguson? Councillor Morrill, please.
Yes, there was going to be a meeting at the staff level, I believe, through you, Mr. About parking requirements for Pan Am. Emanating from this meeting, I heard at this meeting. Is there any information back from that?
I think Corley's here, but I believe we had that report showing the ArcelorMittal site, the U.S. Steel site, and others. What we're waiting for is a report on Scott Park Secondary School, whether the demolition will be complete before Pan Am Games and construction will not commence before then, so we could also use that as parking. But they have enough parking now, I think, through to Corley for 3,000 cars. Is this been set up?
All right. Through the chair, we are just about there. We are not quite there yet, but if we can get all of the partners in, we'll have about our requirement, which is about 3,600 spots.
Okay. And I think, Mr. Chairman, the most interesting part is that IO admitted at the meeting that they will not be done by June 30th, but the contractor says they will be substantially complete. It won't be done, but it'll be ready for the first game by the first day of the Tiger Cats. There'll still be a lot of fun. We'll still be drinking beer to the cans and maybe hot dogs off or barbecue rather than the proper kitchen area, but apart from that, it will be ready.
Okay. Well, we want to thank you and Councillor Morrow and former Councillor Morelli for your involvement on this file, and Coralie or coverage.
Well, don't thank me so far. I've just disrupted things. But anyway, Lloyd, then she had been doing all the work. Just a question, if I may. Rome D'Angelo said there was a meeting June 2nd with the Board of Education. And they were going to hopefully get the ring from them, a commitment that they would demolish. Did that happen?
Through the chair, Councillor Morrow, I'm not quite sure. I will touch base with Rome. I know he's on holidays, so I haven't been able to connect with him.
Okay, I thought he was going to be at that meeting. Or someone, anyway.
I agree with you, but I don't know the outcome.
Okay. Thanks.
Anything further on that? On the motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. We have no motions. Under notices of motion, Councillor McCaddy, would you like to introduce your notice of motion regarding the facility naming in honor of Harry Howell? And I believe you wish to suspend the rules to introduce this. So could I have a motion to suspend rules to allow the introduction of a motion by Councillor McCaddy, seconded by Councillor Partridge on the motion of suspension? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. We have the motion before us. Okay. Councillor McCaddy, to your motion.
Mr. Chair, thanks very much. It reads as follows. Whereas Harry Howell, former NHL hockey player, was born and raised in Hamilton, and whereas Mr. Howell is a Hockey Hall of Famer, Norris Trophy winner, and one of just 8 former New York Rangers to have his number retired, and whereas Mr. Howell has been extensively involved in many Hamilton charitable activities and has lived in Hamilton his entire life, therefore be it resolved, Part A, that the Facility Naming Subcommittee be requested to determine a mechanism to recognize Harry Howell through a street naming, arena naming, or other significant naming initiative, and B, that all letters of support for the naming of the facility to honor Harry Howell be referred to the Facility Naming Subcommittee for their information. And Mr. Chair, just briefly on this, I think there's, leave it up to you for the seconder. Did you want to get a second?
I've already got it, Councillor Ferguson. I've got a lot of tinkles for the seconder.
Okay, great, good stuff. And Mr. Chair, this came to my attention specifically. I mean, we all know Harry Howell, but Scott Radley from the Hamilton Spectator wrote an article about a week and a bit ago highlighting this issue that we hadn't had the opportunity to recognize Harry, although we'd done so for some other hockey players, Dave Anderchuk, namely Pat Quinn. And I think it was the opportunity to rectify that situation. For those of you who have met Harry Howell, he's probably the most principled, honest, kind individual you'd ever meet. Probably tough in the corner as an NHL defenseman, stay-at-home defenseman, but just a tremendous human being. And he was born in the east end of the city, spent many years and growing up in Westdale High School, lived in Carlisle in Councillor Partridge's area, and I think maybe on the mountain for a period of time as well. So he went away to play hockey in New York, as you know, in terms of the NHL, and then off to California to play. And he always came back in the off season, spent his time here in Hamilton, and of course has been here since retirement for the most part, and here a proud member and resident of Ward 2 in the Durand neighborhood now in Councillor Farr's area. Had an opportunity to speak to his wife Marilyn, and she's absolutely thrilled with this idea, and she's really excited to see this moving ahead, and I'm happy to send this in the direction of Councillor Pearson and the Facility Naming Subcommittee to work on this. And thanks to all the Hamiltonians who sent in letters, emails of support, and again back to Scott Radley at the SPEC for initiating this. And I'll be sharing some of those emails, many of them heartwarming, interesting little stories, people with experience with Harry, with Marilyn and Harry, so they have it in their scrapbook to keep for future reference. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And yeah, I'm very happy to see this motion come forward. And as was indicated, Harry did live quite a few years in Carlisle. And in fact, over the past few years, when he would come often to Carlisle, he could be seen in the Carlisle Arena playing a game of pickup shinny with the guys. So he's well known in our community. And I certainly know our new Twin Pad Arena in Flamborough doesn't have a name other than the Twin Pad Arena in Flamborough, and so I offer that up as well as other arenas to be considered by the naming subcommittee. Thank you.
Just to add to the discussion, my late father noted that Harry Howell had some of the sharpest elbows in hockey, as he could attest to, second only to Gordie Howe from that standpoint. So on the motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Councillor McCaddy, I believe you have a notice of motion under the Raoul Wallenberg recognition, please, item 10.2.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it was just handed out just now, and I'll retain it as a notice of motion. We'll discuss it in detail at our next GIC.
Okay. Thank you very much. Under item 11 is general information or other business. Members of the committee, item 11.1 is a list of revised due dates for items on the OBL. Could I have a motion to amend the list accordingly, unless there's any questions? On a motion by Councillor Morrill, seconded by Councillor Duvall. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Members of the committee, item 11.2 is a list of items that are deemed to be complete and removed from the OBL. Please note that some of these items were completed at previous GICs, while some were dealt with at today's meeting. Madam Clerk, I think there's an amendment to the list.
Yes, in light of the discussions on items 8.1 and 2, the item CC, which is the entrance gateway signage, will be removed from this list.
Okay. So could I have a motion to approve this exclusive of that? Councillor McCaddy, seconded by Councillor Farr. Discussion on the item. All those in favor? Carried. Members of the committee, are there any other items of information for committee? None are noted. Members of the committee, item 12.1 is the closed session minutes from the May 21st meeting. A motion to approve these minutes. Motion by Marula, seconded by Jackson. All All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Members of the committee, and I'll read this and you give me your intentions. I'm going to be asking for a motion to move into closed session pursuant to subsection 8.1B of the city's procedural bylaw and section 293.2 of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. The item is here before us. Do you wish to go in camera or will the recommendation stand? Councillor Jackson first and Councillor Marula.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I know I just want to be recorded as opposed to it, but I don't need to go in camera for it, but pending the respect of the rest of my colleagues if they need to hear from Mr. Hertel. If not, you want to have a vote, just record me as opposed to it. I'm being consistent on it. Thank you.
Okay, so what's the pleasure of committee? Councillor Ferguson? Okay. Councillor Maruta seconded. No need to move in camera. On the recommendation, all those in favor? Opposed? So noted. Members of the committee may have motion to approve the recommendation. Whoops, no, moving along. Members of the committee, as there is no further business, may have motion to stand adjourned. So moved by Farr, seconded by Marula. On the motion, all those in favor? Carried.